Chapter 1191. Not bad. In the face of Amon's praise, Klein forced a smile and politely replied, "Thank you." Frankly speaking, he would rather hear curses than praise. At least it meant that he was very close to success. Of course, Klein suspected that even if he really escaped, Amon wouldn't be flustered and exasperated. Based on the God of Mischief's character, he might find it too interesting and exciting, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed and disappointed, eager to enter the next round. Being able to think of using a door to disturb me is a great improvement. But don't you think that I'll be more vigilant when I open the door, and I won't be so easily affected by accidents? Klein thought for a moment and answered seriously, "Yes. That's what I thought at the beginning, but then I felt that you should be able to grasp my state of mind and believe that I wouldn't dare to take action when you open the door. At this moment it might work if I tried. Doing it when others don't think you'll do it is also a strategy." In his previous life, Klein had come into contact with a similar level of thinking and was confused by it. What if I also thought of this? Amon smiled and pushed the bottom edge of his monocle with his knuckles. At the same time, the surviving marionettes that belonged to Klein took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye before looking at Klein. This left Klein's scalp tingling as he realized that his connection with his marionette had been instantly severed. Although there is progress, there will always be some punishment for failure. Amon smiled as he turned around and walked towards the church. As he took a step forward, the marionettes revealed smiles one after another before collapsing stiffly. This tore apart Klein's soul again and again as the blood vessels on his forehead visibly expanded and contracted. Enduring the pain, Klein stood still for a while before he managed to calm down. During this process, although he was always in the depths of darkness, he was not attacked by any terrifying monsters, nor did he turn into a hidden state. When did Amon steal the hidden divine power of the city? If I were to attempt suicide, even my thoughts would be stolen. I still wasn't prepared enough. I didn't have enough confidence in Amon. I didn't consider the things he had previously stolen. I really didn't expect that he would release Daybreak, that he stole from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. What else did he steal in the past and store in his body? I have no idea at all, so I can't make any targeted preparations. That monocle is a container that stores the stolen items. Is it a part of Amon? Therefore, he can take out a monocle every time, parasitizing him. Klein rubbed his temples and walked back into the cathedral. Looking at Amon in front of the door of light, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Why do you have so many monocles? Where do you usually put it?" Amon stroked the monocle on his right eye and smiled nonchalantly. "Why don't you ask me why every doppelganger has eyes and where I usually put them?" "I understand." Klein nodded. Amon cast his gaze back at the door of light that had yet to calm down from the whirlpool and said casually, "I have a nagging feeling that your operation this time was essentially a large-scale preparation, not an attempt. During that process, what tricks did you do?" Klein deliberated for a moment before replying with a smile, "Guess. I do have a guess. Do you think I guessed correctly?" "I do have some guesses. Do you think I'm right?" Amon pinched the top and bottom edge of the monocle and asked with interest. "Perhaps or perhaps not." Klein didn't give a clear answer. He cooperatively walked to Amon's side and watched as he extended his hand again to press on the pale white door of light. Ripples appeared on the door of light once again, becoming more and more intense and exaggerated. After about 10 seconds, the ripples dyed the surroundings, causing the door of light to expand twice its original size. Amon glanced at Klein and gestured for him to take a step forward. Klein instinctively turned his head and surveyed the surroundings of the cathedral. Outside the area illuminated by the leather lantern, the beyonder characteristics left behind by the mutated monsters were shimmering. Not all of them were beyonders when they were alive. After those ordinary people transformed into monsters, a large portion of their strength came from darkness and degeneration. It didn't belong to them, so they didn't have any characteristics to seep out. I almost forgot. Amon, who had followed him around, suddenly shook his head and smiled. Just as he said that, blobs of Beyonder characteristics floated up and automatically entered his body, fusing with him, leaving only a small amount behind. Most of the ones who voluntarily transformed into monsters are Beyonders of the apprentice pathway and their families who can enter the city's dark side, Amon said casually as he retracted his gaze. Even if it's a Beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, directly eating, it would cause problems, right? Shouldn't one only be able to jump to a higher level of a neighboring pathway? It can even be downwards compatible? Klein was a little taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, won't this accumulate madness? This wasn't just a matter of accumulating madness. Klein suspected that if he were to do so, there was a high chance that he would go half mad. Others will, Amon said with a smile. But I won't. What a bug. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, the distance between him and the door of light disappeared. Subconsciously, he forgot about the remaining death pathway Beyonder characteristics and entered the mutated door of light with Amon. The endless darkness and the squirming lines of light mixed together, making Klein feel like he was plummeting and weightless. About 10 seconds later, he found himself and Amon in a square. The dim yellow light of the leather lantern seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force, allowing it to only illuminate half of its original area. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. With the help of the lightning, Klein saw incomplete statues erected around the square. Some of them had their hands tied behind their backs, some had thorny roses wrapped around their bodies, and some looked like mummies. They gave off the feeling of being restrained. This place used to be a city that worshipped a xenogeneic king. Like a qualified tour guide, Amon introduced the scenic spots to Klein. They're very interesting. They're usually restrained and quiet, just like ascetic. But once they encounter prey or at a specific moment, they'll explode with the desire to kill. You can imagine, on the night of the full moon, this is a city filled with werewolves. From the looks of it, the mutants' original philosophy was one of restraint. They were later led astray by the mother tree of desire. Klein took a few more glances with the help of a new round of lightning. The xenogeneic king looks like a mummy? No. Although he is an ugly and twisted man, he likes to wrap himself in thorns and thorny roses. Amon sneered. Klein took the opportunity to ask, what kind of idols do your believers worship? In mysticism, your symbol is a clock and a worm of time? Amon scratched his chin. In theory, my believers are all myself. There's no need to go through the trouble of erecting idols. My believers are all myself. Thankfully, I now have a blessed like Donna's. Klein suddenly realized that he and Amon were quite similar in certain aspects. Of course, me saying that, my believers are all myself, is a joke. Amon saying that, my believers are all myself, is a horror story. There's quite a huge difference in style. Klein finally gave a self-deprecating remark. As Amon walked forward, he continued, however, in my father's era, many people believed in me. However, in my father's era, many people believed in me. Some of them used the name, Angel of Time, and used a symbol related to the clock to create a statue of me. Some used the title God of Mischief, and used a crow covered in mysterious patterns to create my image. There were also some who combined the two. At this point, Amon, who was wearing a monocle, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Klein. The corners of his mouth curled up. He curled the corners of his lips and said, "We're less than 3 days away from our final destination. That is to say, I only have 3 days left." Klein nearly drew a gasp. The psychological pressure suddenly increased, making him feel as though his nerves were about to snap. He had yet to determine the true goal of Amon's game, nor had he discovered any signs that Amon was driving him to do something. This meant that he was unable to grasp the crux of the matter and couldn't find a true opportunity to escape. The performance of Amon's avatar made him understand that if he didn't make proper preparations, he might not even last 10 seconds in front of him. As his thoughts raced, Klein fell silent and followed Amon out of the square that was covered in traces of destruction. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and they came and went in a hurry. In Pritz Harbor, where many houses were covered in burn marks, Queen Mystic, with her chestnut-colored hair, placed the newspaper in her hand on the table. The front page of the Tussock Times published the shocking news of the king's assassination. It also claimed that the assassin came from Fasak or Intis. This isn't preventing the disaster, nor is it worsening the disaster. Bernadette muttered to herself with a slightly heavy expression. She pondered for a moment before picking up the tablecloth and wrapping it up. Then, she released her fingers and allowed it to stretch out on its own. This time, the coffee cups, pen holders, newspapers, and other items in the tablecloth vanished. What appeared were items related to the ritual, such as silver candles. Bernadette immediately held a ritual and summoned German Sparrow's messenger. As a collaborator, she believed that it was necessary to inquire about the other party's situation and see if there was anything else she needed help with. As soon as the ritual ended, Rionette Tinker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the swollen candlelight. She didn't have anything on her neck. Bernadette's eyelids twitched indiscernibly. Then, she picked up the letter and a gold coin that she had long prepared and handed them to the messenger. One of Rionette Tinker's heads bit on the letter and gold coin, while the other heads sized up Queen Mystic for a few seconds. She shifted her gaze and walked into the void, but just as Bernadette was about to put away the tablecloth, Miss Messenger suddenly appeared again. 2 of her blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. He disappeared. Chapter 1192. German Sparrow has disappeared. When the abnormally terrifying messenger returned, Bernadette already had a premonition and roughly grasped what had happened. Therefore, after hearing the messenger's feedback, her expression sank slightly without any obvious reaction. This Queen Mystic's blue eyes that resembled a condensed ocean instantly turned deeper. It temporarily lost its focus, as though she was prying into the torrent of fate through Rionette Tinker. 2 to 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly closed her eyes as though a blinding light had appeared in front of her. A blood-colored liquid flowed down the corner of her eyes, accentuating the paleness of her face. Queen Mystic Bernadette closed her eyes tightly and said with an ethereal voice, "German Sparrow is in grave danger. German Sparrow is in grave danger. The darkness is devouring the light, leaving only a sliver of light." This was a prophecy. The sequence 3 of the Mystery Prior pathway was clairvoyant. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke one after another. That darkness symbolizes what? Bernadette maintained her previous posture and said, "Desolation, aberration, apocalypse, negativity, error." Rionette Tinker, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, didn't let the heads in her hands speak again. She threw down Bernadette's letter and gold coins, turned around and walked into the void, vanishing from the room. Queen Mystic Bernadette stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds without doing anything. Finally, she opened her eyes again. Her blue eyes were hazy and lifeless, as though she needed more time to recover her vision. Bernadette thought for a moment, extended her right hand and struck out. The tablecloth retracted itself and unfurled once again, replacing the items related to the ritual with a fountain pen, paper, and ink bottle. The fountain pen suddenly leaped up as though it was being held by an invisible spirit. It quickly wrote down the matter of German Sparrow's disappearance. In the Sonia Sea, in the captain's cabin of the future. Admiral of Stars Katlia looked at the fried mushrooms on her plate as she took in the fragrance of fat. She didn't pick up her knife and fork for a long time. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to look at the place where the brass sextant was placed and found that there was an extra letter there. Katlia immediately smiled. She reached over and picked up the letter. She couldn't wait to open it and read it. Gradually, her brows furrowed. The German sparrow is missing. Katlia repeated the key content of the letter in a low voice, keenly aware that this matter was a little serious. She easily understood the meaning behind the Queen's letter. Without hesitation, she lowered her head, clasped her hands, and chanted an honorific name in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Above the grey fog, the crimson star that represented the hermit came to life. There was an obvious expansion and contraction as a halo that contained the sounds of prayer spread out. They intertwined with the ripples created by the two crimson stars corresponding to the magicians and the sun. Like a tide, they surged toward the ancient and majestic palace. Someone is praying to Mr. Fool again. The echo is getting stronger, and the noise around my ears is getting more obvious. Yes, I can hear it a little clearer, and the scene is a little clearer. This time, the person praying seems to be Am Hermit. Only she likes to wear ancient magus robes. Queen Mystic has discovered that something has happened to German Sparrow? Although I was previously worried that I would die and need some time to revive, and I had hinted to the tarot members that they might cancel next week's gathering, it was only a hint. There wasn't an official notice, and it wasn't clear enough. If there's still no response by Monday, they will definitely panic. They will pray and contact each other, and they will discover that Mr. Fool has also disappeared. No, he has fled with the world. Klein lampooned to ease his feelings. He glanced at Amon, who was walking beside him, and raised the leather lantern in his hand in an attempt to strike up a conversation. It should have been extinguished long ago. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a black mage robe, nodded slightly. I've placed it in a magical state. It doesn't need any fuel to maintain its light for a week. Klein pondered for a moment. Is this a fraud against the laws of nature? Amon turned his head and looked at Klein with his monocle-wearing right eye for a second. Smart. The error pathways sequence 3 deepens swindler. It's called deceiving tutor. It's about the same as what I guessed. However, it's not only the wrong pathway that can do something like this. The Black Emperor can do it by distorting the laws and using the laws. Klein compared the difference between the marauder and lawyer pathways. At this moment, Amon rubbed his chin and asked with great interest, "There are less than 3 days left. If you don't think of a way to escape, it will be too late. Are you going to try something new today or tomorrow? Take a guess." Klein put on a smile and responded to his question with the routine that the other party was good at. To be frank, when it came to escaping, Klein didn't believe that the more times he tried, the better the results would be. On the one hand, frequent attempts could indeed probe the boundaries of Amon's powers and expend the items that he had previously stolen, establishing a good foundation for the final battle. However, on the other hand, it would also expose Klein's trump cards. After all, he was in a passive state and had no chance to prepare. To force Amon to reveal more of his means, he could only play his few good cards. If his response was completely figured out by Amon through repeated attempts, Klein couldn't imagine how he would have a chance to escape. Attempting to escape was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, he would end up cutting himself. It was precisely because of this that Klein didn't blindly take action. He carefully planned in his mind. As he spoke, he and Amon walked out of the city that originally worshipped the mutant king and later worshipped the ancient sun god. There were only bones and severely weathered stone buildings left, showing the bustle that this place once had. Outside the city was a desolate wilderness that stretched to the horizon under the illumination of the lightning. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard sat on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table. He leisurely flipped through the day's newspaper. George III's death yesterday had brought about extreme busyness. He, who had been on duty all night, received 5 hours of leave today. After sleeping for 2 hours, Leonard woke up in high spirits and attempted to understand the current situation from the official report. In fact, as a Red Gloves captain, he knew more than the reporters in certain aspects. For example, in the outskirts of Bakeland, where the Tudor ruins were located, it had collapsed into a relatively large lake, nearly affecting Don Dantes' Mager Manor. For example, George III, who had self-destructed at Memorial Square, wasn't actually a real person. The corpse that had been collected had vanished into thin air that night. Of course, Leonard was extremely certain that George III was dead, and that the eldest prince was about to inherit the Balham crown and Rouen crown. Back then, there was an anomaly in Sapphira Castle. This matter definitely has something to do with Mr. Fool. Klein had long warned George III that something would happen. The reaction of the three churches was very strange. Even the Church of the Storm, which is the most easily driven by impulse, wasn't too angry. As Leonard flipped through the newspaper, he casually let his thoughts wander. At this moment, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "German Sparrow's messenger is here." Leonard suddenly looked up and saw the angelic messenger in a dark and complicated dress appear in front of him at some point in time. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke one after another. "German Sparrow encountered great crisis has now disappeared." Klein encountered danger and disappeared? Leonard retracted his legs and stood up. Without waiting for Pallas Zoros to give him a hint, his spiritual perception stirred as he blurted out, "It has something to do with George III's death?" "Yes. He destroyed George III's apotheosis ritual." Rionette Tinker's four heads, 8 red eyes looked at Leonard at the same time. Apotheosis ritual? Although Leonard was very anxious, he was still shocked by this phrase. To be able to hold an apotheosis ritual, no matter how low it is, it's still a sequence one angel. Klein can actually directly participate in something at this level. Mr. Fool's plan? Leonard's green eyes flickered. Relying on his rich experience, he went straight to the point and asked, with his rich experience, he asked directly, "What was Klein's situation the last time you saw him?" Rionette Tinker's four blonde, red-eyed heads shook up and down. "Possibly being pursued by Zeratul as German Sparrow's messenger." This ancient Bane was able to sense that his employer had left the Tudor ruins after escaping, and the one who understood the means of a scholar of yore the most was undoubtedly a high-sequence beyonder of the same pathway. Therefore, Zeratul would definitely intercept and pursue him. Zeratul? The leader of the secret order, the sequence one angel Zeratul? As Leonard was worried about Klein, he was also fearful and shocked by his former colleague's colorful life. At this moment, in his mind, Pallas Zoros said in a deep voice, "Ask him if there are any other clues. Ask him if there are any other clues." Leonard immediately did as he was told and raised the question. Rionette Tinker seemed to know that Leonard wasn't simple as she repeated Queen Mystic's prophecy word by word. After Pallas Zorost heard that, he fell silent for a moment before sighing. "Mistake. I roughly know your former colleague's current situation." Leonard subconsciously wanted to ask, but due to the presence of an outsider, he ultimately resisted the urge. Pallas paused for a moment before continuing. "The anomaly in Sapphira Castle has attracted Zeratul, so how could Amon not notice it? This likely involves the competition for Sapphira Castle." Sapphira Castle. Leonard slowly took a deep breath and said to Rionette Tinker, "He might have fallen into Amon's hands. He might have fallen into Amon's hands." After Miss Messenger nodded and turned to leave, Leonard immediately sat down, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, P.S. The latest version has fixed the bug of whether the tarot needs to convene. Man, it's normal that I didn't discover it when I was writing it. It's too bad that I didn't discover it when I was checking it. My brain must have been stolen by Amon, divine sovereign of the 9 heavens. Chapter 1193. Above the grey fog, the crimson star that represented the star also began to expand and shrink. The ripples created by it gradually overlapped with the ripples created by the other 3 stars, turning into a tide that surged and reverberated throughout the mysterious space, causing it to tremble slightly. After recounting the matters regarding Klein, Leonard ended his prayer and waited for Mr. Fool to respond. However, after a quarter of an hour, he still did not receive any feedback. Mr. Fool's response has always been very timely. Leonard couldn't help but mutter. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before reminding him with a slightly aged voice. Recall what the fool said during this period of time. Leonard thought carefully and said slowly, in the middle of the week, he reminded us not to go to the forest in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland. He seemed to be hinting that the gathering next week might not be held as scheduled, as expected. Pallas Zoroast let out a long sigh and said, "The fool has expected Amon's appearance. They might be secretly clashing in different domains. One wants to protect Sapphira Castle, while the other wants to become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Your former colleague has unfortunately been embroiled in this matter." Mr. Fool expected it? This is a trap he set up for Amon? Leonard's eyes lit up as he blurted out. Pallas seemed to have spent some time thinking as he spoke much slower. That might be the case. It's also possible that Amon used that trap and took the initiative. Don't underestimate a blasphemer, a powerful king of angels. From Leonard's current understanding, Mr. Fool was either the owner of Sapphira Castle that was slowly recovering. It was unknown which deity he corresponded to in history, or he was the embodiment of a spheroid. At present, he still couldn't control his authority and strength well. He needed to undergo a qualitative change. Regardless of the possibility, Mr. Fool had yet to reach the level of a true deity. There was a high chance that he was at the same level as kings of angels. Under such circumstances, Mr. Fool and the terrifying blasphemer engaged in an intense battle. It was rather normal for neither of them to be able to defeat the other for a long period of time. After all, that person was one of the strongest hidden existences beneath the deities. He was even more powerful than the hidden sage, who was often classified as an evil god. Even deities would be wary of him. Leonard couldn't help but tense up. He asked worriedly in a low voice, "Old man, do you have any way to help? Isn't Amon your biggest enemy? That kind of help might be limited, but it should be able to fish Klein out of this whirlpool." Pallas Zoroast laughed when he heard that and said with an obvious self-deprecating tone, "That's right. Do you have too many expectations of me that you shouldn't have? Indeed, if Amon obtains Sapphira Castle, I'll definitely die at his hands. I might not even be able to survive this winter. And if Sapphira Castle is left with the fool, I might still have a chance of surviving in the future. But do I, an old fellow who has just recovered the strength of a sequence 2, have the ability to interfere in a battle at this level? Even if I use the yesterday once more charm, what can I do in just 2 to 3 seconds? Yes, at a critical moment, this might be able to help the fool distort the situation, but I don't even know where they are fighting. How can I seize the opportunity?" Leonard fell silent after hearing Old Man's series of words. He then lowered his head, raised his hands, and pressed them against the sides of his head. "Could it be that all I can do is watch helplessly?" Pallas sighed and said, "Patience. All we can do now is be patient. That fool and Evernight should have a certain tacit understanding with certain deities and kings of angels, or even a cooperative relationship. They won't allow Amon to take away Sapphira Castle. Just wait patiently. Perhaps it won't be long before we see an opportunity." Leonard half straightened his body and tilted his head back. He took a deep breath and exhaled. "I understand. In the waters near Sonia Island, the Blue Avenger, which had received orders from the Church of the Storm to attack the port and the Faceac merchant ships, was hiding outside the safe sea route. Alger Wilson stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, using his supervision to stare at the coastline that was still a long distance away. From this newly advanced ocean songster's point of view, there were many captains who had accepted similar missions. They were all the cream of the crop among the mid-sequence beyonders, and their joint operation would definitely be able to effectively harm Faceac's maritime transportation lines. And this also meant that the attack from Faceac would be sufficiently fierce. There was a high chance that it would be led by a Sequence 4 demigod. He couldn't rule out the possibility of a Sequence 3 War Bishop or Silver Knight appearing. This was a sufficiently dangerous development for Alger. He didn't want to land himself in such trouble. At the same time, the crew, colleagues, and collaborators would monitor each other, preventing anyone from escaping the operation. If Alger were to slack off and wander on the edge of danger, it wouldn't take long before he had to consider whether to kill most of the crew and turn into a real pirate, or lose the Blue Avenger and return to Pasu Island to receive an internal trial. By the end of this operation, the number of surviving captains won't exceed a third of the original number. Alger calmly analyzed and quickly came up with a plan to avoid danger. It was to participate in the operation, but not be in a central position. Alger planned on bringing the people on the ship to Sonia Island in the name of a surprise attack on the Faceac merchant ships and supply ships, while the rest of his colleagues were frantically attacking the Faceac merchant ships and supply ship. They would hide in the primitive forest and occasionally cause some uncontrollable disturbances to the port. This way, the Faceac demigods would definitely cast their gazes at the sea and not him. At the same time, in the eyes of the crew, he would be a role model who was willing to take great risks to venture deep into enemy territory. After thinking of all the details, Alger immediately gathered his crew and explained his plan. In the end, he emphasized, "That's right." Finally, he emphasized, "This will be very dangerous. Trust me, it's very dangerous. We won't be able to advance or retreat as freely as we can at sea. We might be surrounded by the enemy at any moment, but such an attack will definitely surprise the Faceac people and bring us the outcome we want. Are you willing to stay on the ship as cowards, or are you willing to follow me to become heroes and show your piety to the Lord?" The crew's blood boiled as they impulsively spoke one after another. "Kill the Faceac people." "Very good." Alger clenched his right fist and punched his left chest with a look of relief. "May the storm be with us! May the storm be with us!" The sailors saluted and shouted. After arranging this matter, Alger believed that he needed to borrow the unshadowed crucifix as soon as possible to expel the excess ocean songster beyonder characteristic. Although he had exaggerated the danger of landing on Sonia Island, there was still a certain level of risk. Therefore, he wanted to recover to his best state as soon as possible, and he had long understood the hint that Mr. Fool had given him. He felt that Mr. Fool would officially announce the cancellation of the tarot gathering tonight or tomorrow morning. Of course, deep down in Alger's heart, he had some guesses. He suspected that every time Mr. Fool cancelled the tarot gathering, something had happened to him. He wanted to use this nominal prayer to test if this mighty existence was still normal. No, I can't test God. This isn't a test. Mr. Fool didn't hint that I can't pray to him in the near future. Besides, borrowing the unshadowed crucifix is something I really need to do in the next few days. Alger paced back and forth, momentarily unable to make a decision. At this moment, he heard the sound of crashing waves. Through the additional perspective provided by the ghost ship, he saw the seawater on the side of the ship part as a gigantic fish creature appeared. This strange-looking giant fish opened its mouth and spat out a metal ball, allowing it to land on the deck. Alger nodded and expressed his gratitude with a song. This was a marine creature that the Church of the Storm had domesticated. In this operation, It and its companions acted as messengers between the various ships and the island under their control. Upon receiving the gratitude, the giant fish's body trembled. With a flick of its tail, it dove into the depths of the sea and swam into the distance. Alger watched silently for 2 seconds before summoning a gust of wind to send the metal ball to the captain's cabin. Unscrewing the metal ball and taking out the piece of paper inside, Alger's gaze froze when he saw it. George III was assassinated. Alger repeated the contents with a slightly solemn expression before recalling the world's German sparrow's reminder and Mr. Fool's hint. This time, he didn't hesitate. He sealed the room and softly chanted the honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The prayers are almost like a chorus. Mr. the hanging man wishes to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Little Son? Leonard, These voices are layered and undulating, causing the surroundings to tremble. Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling as though he was surrounded by an electric drill. At this moment, he followed Amon deep into the desolate wilderness and saw that it was filled with grayish-yellow fog. There were several ravines, and there were many things loitering in the depths of the darkness. Compared to the monsters that were quietly lurking before, the ones here appeared rather special. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, raised his hand to stroke his crystal monocle and pointed ahead with a smile. In another half a day we should be able to reach our final destination. Half a day. It hasn't even been a day. Didn't you say 3 days? Klein's pupils seemed to dilate. Amon smiled. I said it wouldn't take more than 3 days. A day is also not more than 3 days. At this point, the King of Angels paused for a moment and asked with piqued interest, Did I mess up your arrangements? Did it make you feel even more despair? Klein didn't respond as he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void beside him. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1194. Although he had been a Beyonder for less than 2 years, Klein's experiences could definitely be considered rich and colorful even among Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints. He had owned and encountered many items that could quickly kill him in his present state and allow him to summon them from the historical void. Among them, he chose the flaring sun charm that he had used in Tingen City. He had already chanted the incantation, injected his spirituality, and was about to activate the flaring sun charm. Indeed, this didn't have much of a restraining effect on a demigod of the seer pathway who was inclined towards bizarreness and change. It mainly relied on his own lethality, but Klein wouldn't dodge or defend himself. He would open up his body and mind and embrace the light of hope to his heart's content. Even at the level of a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, the defense of a seer pathway Beyonder was still low. Their pure offense was also clearly insufficient compared to their level. This resulted in a tragic fact. When Klein wished to commit suicide, he didn't have the ability to quickly resolve the issue. After all, it was impossible for him to control his spirit-body threads and transform himself into his marionette. This would result in a logical contradiction. In the end, the deeper the marionette transformation, the less he had the ability to continue being a marionette. And when Klein sought a way to commit suicide from the outside, he realized that as long as he didn't use methods like marionette swap, paper figurine substitutes, and historical void hiding, there were too many options for him to consider. The seer pathway was such a powerful but rather extreme and strange pathway. Seeing that Klein was about to fish out a flaring sun charm from the fog of history, accompanied by a strong desire to commit suicide, Amon only smiled. Without even raising his hand, he had stolen his entire thought, causing the crystal monocle to flash with a faint light. Klein immediately forgot what he had wanted to do. However, he didn't stop. When he heard that they would arrive at their final destination in half a day, his shocked reaction was mostly an act. This was because he had always been wary of the god of deceit and didn't trust his words. There were too many explanations for it to be less than 3 days. Klein had already prepared for the worst. After hearing Amon's words, He immediately lined up what he needed to do next. After the idea of summoning the flaring sun charm to commit suicide, the next thing he needed to do was to summon that existence, summon that existence, summon that existence, and so on. No matter how long the idea Amon stole, he would still be able to act according to the plan. On this matter, back when he was dealing with 0-08, he had pondered above the gray fog and treated his real self as a marionette. The experience of acting according to the preset program had greatly helped Klein. At this moment, although Klein didn't know what he wanted to do, and he didn't even feel that he had forgotten, he was very clear about what he was going to do next. The past was not important, the present and the future were the key. Klein reached out his palm again and grabbed at the void in front of him. His entire arm suddenly sank. However, when he retracted his right hand, he didn't drag anything out. At the same time, Amon raised his palm and gently grabbed forward. He had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. A silhouette quickly outlined itself beside Amon. It was an old man wearing a hooded black robe. His eyes were as dark as the surface of a lake, and the white beard on his face was long and dense. Zeratul, the leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 angel, Zeratul. The existence that Klein had attempted to summon was actually Zeratul, and he had succeeded in one try. This was because Klein had made preparations ahead of time. In the city established by the Phoenix Believers, when Klein split his marionettes into 3 groups to summon the historical void projection, his true body was actually attempting to summon Zeratul. Without a doubt, it was impossible for him to succeed back then, but as a scholar of yore, it would be a huge failure if he didn't notice his historical void projection being summoned. And Zeratul was definitely a senior, outstanding, and experienced scholar of yore. After such a summon that was destined to fail, Klein had established a connection with Zeratul. This was a tacit understanding between scholars of yore. As for a miracle invoker, an attendant of mysteries, they could make their historical void projection react positively. Just like how every scholar of yore had a 100% success rate when borrowing power from their past selves. In addition, the historical void projection summoned by a scholar of yore didn't have a contractual connection. It relied on the fact that the other party didn't have any intelligence or had a good relationship with him to control it. And in this world, Mr. Dorr was ranked first, Palez was ranked second, and Zeratul was ranked third. In other words, Klein and Zeratul were temporary allies when it came to fighting against Amon. Due to these factors, Klein believed that he could summon Zeratul once, and the facts proved this point. And it was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that Amon would steal the historical void projection he summoned. He even hoped that the Angel of Time would do so. The reason why he had the thought of committing suicide before summoning Zeratul was because he wanted Amon to steal his thoughts. And Amon was a king of angels who liked to experiment and pursue thrills. With him having too many choices, it was very likely that the next theft wouldn't repeat itself. It wouldn't be stealing thoughts, but stealing the summoned historical void projection. This was one of the few trump cards Klein had. In the next second, Zeratul's eyes went from dull to lifeless. He instantly felt real. Clearly, this attendant of mysteries, a senior scholar of yore, had entered the historical void, allowing the projection from the same era to obtain his consciousness. And Zeratul's projection, who possessed his own consciousness, didn't hesitate to cast his gaze firmly at Amon. Amon's monocle and non-monocle eyes narrowed at the same time. He saw the frequent lightning around him. The barren plains with many ravines instantly turned dark and empty, dotted with resplendent stars. He seemed to have been pulled under the cosmos by Zeratul. This was a miracle. As for the projection opposite Amon, it had already turned into a huge mysterious vortex formed by twisted maggot. They extended transparent tentacles in all directions. Just looking at them made one lose their rationality and go crazy. At this moment, Klein abandoned the other thoughts in the queue and seized the opportunity to control a monster in the depths of the darkness, turning it into his marionette. Right on the heels of that, he switched places with his marionette. After arriving in the depths of the darkness, Klein once again reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. After grabbing at it a few times, his marionette did the same action. Finally, he dragged out a new figure from the void. It was Ariana, who wore a simple linen robe with a tree bark belt. She had long, raven-black hair and her feet were bare. She had ordinary facial features and dark eyes. Evernight Cloister's matron, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, grounded angel Ariana. The moment Ariana appeared, her dark eyes turned normal. It didn't look like a projection at all. Her true body seemed to have entered a concealed state, allowing the historical void projection that had been summoned to possess intelligence. This was also one of the reasons why Klein chose to summon her and gave up on Mr. Aztec and Miss Messenger, who had a higher chance of success. This way, even if an accident happened to his suicide and he failed, he would still be able to fight Amon. After the historical void projection possessed its own consciousness, it would be much easier for Klein to maintain it. As a result, the time that the projections could exist for was lengthened. Klein then used the connection between a scholar of yore and the historical void projection that he had summoned to quickly communicate with the servant of concealment, Ariana, to get her to kill him. Ariana's body suddenly arched as her right hand landed behind her. She pulled out a bone sword covered in strange patterns from the depths of the darkness. Then, she suddenly took a step forward and brandished the sword forward. The darkness truly began to surge as it crazily spread towards Klein's location. An unlucky monster happened to be between Ariana and Klein. As the darkness inundated it like a tidal wave, it melted away. This wasn't the authority of concealment, but the combination of the powers of repose and fear. It symbolized the danger in the darkness, a symbol of silent destruction and disappearance. Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway had to reach Sequence 3 Terror Bishop to grasp this power. Subconsciously, Klein's survival instincts made him attempt to escape, but at that moment, he felt that the darkness around him was an enemy. He would be infected by that power and become a part of the tidal wave. There was no way to avoid or hide. There's no need to use all your strength, right? You can easily kill me with just a portion of your strength. Klein restrained his instincts as a creature and stood in his spot, waiting for destruction. At this moment, the distant and illusory sound of a bell sounded around him. It was as though it had traversed a long period of history, making everything around it slow down, including the surging darkness. In midair, the pitch-black darkness was pierced through, revealing a gigantic stone wall clock. It was ancient and mottled. Its surface was separated into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each segment had a different symbol. There were a total of 3 hands, 1 long, 1 short, and 1 medium. It seemed to be formed from a 12-ringed worm of time that exuded a sense of vicissitudes. As the second hand ticked, the bell sounded once again. Gong. Amidst the reverberations, the tide-like darkness surged even slower. Then, the ancient clock phantom dissipated, turning back into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Zeratl's projection behind him was also in a sluggish state. Right on the heels of that, Amon stood in midair and stretched out his right hand, pressing towards the darkness. The darkness quickly returned to normal, drowning Klein, but it didn't cause him any damage. It was unknown if there was a bug or if the Beyonder effects had been stolen. At the same time, Amon's body instantly became abnormally large. He was more than 10 to 20 meters tall, but his clothes didn't show any signs of damage. He looked down at Klein and raised his hand to adjust his monocle. He ignored the attacks from Zeratl's projection behind him. Interesting. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1195. As Amon spoke, transparent tentacles covered in mysterious patterns extended out from the gigantic vortex behind him and wrapped around his different spirit-body threads. In an instant, these illusory black threads were lifted without any obstruction. Thus, the strange-looking monsters were suspended in midair, like hams waiting to be dried. The spirit-body threads around Amon had been stolen by him, at some point in time. At the same time Zeradol launched his attack. His other slippery tentacles constantly reached into the void in an attempt to pull something out. In the blink of an eye, a silhouette of a person was quickly outlined. He had chestnut-colored, slightly curly hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a beautifully groomed mustache. He wore a dark red coat with rusted gold threads. He was none other than the former Emperor of Intis, Rosel Gustav. The moment this knowledge emperor stepped into the real world, he looked down at the gigantic Amon from above. His eyes instantly condensed complicated and illusory symbols. He wasn't worried that Amon would steal his attack, because he had prepared an extremely large amount of useless and miscellaneous knowledge. Be it him forcefully instilling it or Amon himself taking it away, he could achieve the goal of exploding his mind. Just as Rosel the Great's historical void projection completely took shape, Zeradol's transparent tentacles dragged out another figure. The figure had a young face, but his long hair was already half white. It was raised backwards and floated in midair, half hidden and the other half obvious in the dark night. This was an angel that Klein didn't know. His appearance was male, and his eyes were dark, containing the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of thick black short hair growing on his cheeks. He gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. He immediately transformed into a wriggling worm, extending out transparent and slippery tentacles that were similar to Zeradol's projection. Clearly, this was also an angel of the seer pathway. At that moment, Klein didn't even dare to look at the situation in midair. However, his spiritual perception stirred as he sensed a certain familiarity. The second angel summoned by Zeradol was the son of the ancient god, the first ancestor of the Antigonus family. This was a historical void projection before he became the half-fool. Clearly, Zeradol had made sufficient preparations during this period of time. As Antigonus revealed his complete mythical creature form, the surrounding environment changed again. The darkness became thicker as though it had a life of its own as it surged towards the gigantic Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle. In the area enveloped by darkness, all the monsters instantly turned into marionettes. Antigonus seemed to have moved a portion of the divine kingdom of the ancient gods from his memories to the real world to separate Amon and Klein. This was also a kind of miracle. When a miracle happened, Zeradol's transparent tentacles dragged out a third projection from the fog of history. This was a knight in full black armor. He was a demigod of the Solomon Empire in the Fourth Epoch. He did not leave a very prominent reputation in history. However, he had another identity. He was a member of the Red War Army. The leader of this army was King of Angels Medici. In this army, every member could communicate telepathically with Red Angel Medici, forming a single entity. In other words, Medici could gather their powers and also transmit his powers to them. The powers of a scholar of yore were unable to involve the uniqueness. Even if he had undergone a qualitative change through the advancement of the sequence, it was the same. However, seers would undoubtedly seek out ways to circumvent the restrictions and obtain help from the uniqueness to a certain extent. Klein had accomplished this by summoning the goddess's divine descent vessel that only had a tiny bit of power. As for Zeradol, he had summoned the powerhouses of the Red War Army. At this moment, that projection was equivalent to a portion of Medici. The knight in full black armor stepped onto the battlefield and swept his gaze in a daze. He immediately laughed. Yo, little raven, have the feathers I burned off grown back? As the historical projection he had summoned another 3 angel-level historical projections, the pressure on Klein instantly increased. He suspected that he might not even be able to last 10 seconds. If not for this change, he would likely have felt that he had found a way to infinitely increase his combat strength. That was to summon 2 angels and himself each time. Then, the projection that belonged to him would summon 2 angels and himself. If this continued, his descendants would be limitless. At this moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, faded away and entered a concealed state. Following that, she suddenly appeared behind the gigantic Amon and slashed out the bone sword that was covered in strange patterns. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Amon was surrounded by the 5 angel projections, Klein continuously transformed the monsters into marionette. He made them aim at him, open their mouths, and let out a bang. One after another, air cannonballs whistled towards Klein. At the same time, Klein extended his hand and easily took out a flaring sun charm that had been activated and was about to take effect. He didn't believe that he could survive such a heavy attack. Amidst the banging sounds, Klein suddenly heard a ticking sound. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill for an instant before returning to normal. Klein then saw a huge hole tear open in the dark sky. A beam of pure, scorching sunlight shone in, igniting a charm made of gold. It was none other than the flaring sun charm. It had turned into a huge ball of light that was swirling with countless flames. However, its target wasn't Klein. It had made a mistake and enveloped the demigod of the Red of War army. On the other side, the massive amount of knowledge that Roselle Gustav had infused into him, the miracle created by Antigonus, the destructive sword that Ariana had brandished, and the transparent tentacles that Zeradal had extended had all mistakenly pointed at the same target, the black-armored subordinate of Medici. To a certain extent, this projection that possessed a portion of Medici's will first had its mind explode. Even its instinctive reaction seemed to be lost. Following that, it was struck by the heavy attacks and quickly dissipated in midair. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic mage robe, Amon had returned to his human size at some point in time and landed at the bottom of the battlefield. He raised his right hand and adjusted his crystal monocle as a beam of light lit up. Behind him, the complete, ancient, mottled shadow of the clock appeared once again, and the longest second hand spun half a circle at a speed faster than normal. This actually took less than a second, but everything in the desolate plains seemed to have lost 10 to 20 seconds. Antigonus' historical void projection vanished. Roselle's historical void projection dissipated as well, followed by Zeradal's and Ariana's historical void projections. The time that they could maintain had been stolen just like that. Klein, who was about to commit a third suicide, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this scene. He had expected that Blasphemer Amon would be able to finish off the 5 angel projections. After all, a projection was ultimately just a projection. It was much weaker than his true body. However, he never expected him to be able to play it down so easily, preventing him from even having the chance to commit suicide. He had used his trump card in exchange for such an outcome. It was inevitable that he felt a little depressed and despair. Amon nudged his monocle and stole some distance away. He came in front of Klein in a single step and smiled at him. If it were all his true body, it would indeed be more troublesome. However, the projection from the historical void has a very huge flaw. And grasping problems is what I'm good at. Looking at the Angel of Time, who didn't seem to notice the difficult situation he was in, Klein's heart slowly sank as though it had fallen into an abyss. His spiritual perception was triggered as scenes quickly flashed through his mind. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, Amon had changed his clothes. He had gone from a dark jacket, trousers, and black top hat that suited the aesthetics of the current era to a classic mage robe and a pointed hat. After that, he suggested a game of escape and obstruction. He appeared extremely confident and wasn't worried about any slip-ups. As his thoughts raced, Klein's throat turned a little dry as he said in a low and hoarse voice, "You are the true body. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, your true body met up with your avatar." He truly suspected that the person in front of him was Amon's true body, the true blasphemer, a complete king of angels. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up bit by bit. "This is interesting, isn't it? Your expression after knowing the truth is what I wanted to see when I played this game." He had clearly admitted that he was the true body that naturally accommodated the Marauder pathway's uniqueness. He was the first tier below deities. This meant that unless a true deity descended, no matter how hard Klein struggled, it was impossible for him to escape from Amon's hands. And this was the forsaken land of the god. The only active deity was the true creator. He wasn't too interested in Sapphira Castle. At that moment, although he had suspected that Amon had replaced him with his true body, Klein, who had experienced countless hopes being dashed, still experienced extreme despair when he confirmed it. If it wasn't for the fact that tarot involved Miss Justice, Leonard, and company, and if he didn't know that Amon was best at deception, he would have admitted defeat and expressed his willingness to become his blessed. "Isn't it normal to become a member of the other party if you can't beat them?" As he lampooned, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he recalled what Amon had previously said. His eyes lit up as he calmed down completely. He looked at Amon and leisurely stretched his body. He smiled and said, "Kill me." Chapter 1196. Lightning once again illuminated the barren plain filled with grayish-yellow fog, illuminating the place where the angel-level battle had just taken place, and illuminating the calm smile on Klein's face. Amon stared at him for a few seconds, nudged his monocle, and smiled. "Can't you say something else? You seem to have found a new hope?" Klein's smile didn't change. He held his fist to his nose and put one hand in his pocket. "I just suddenly realized something. The fact that you're the one playing this game doesn't make me feel despair. On the contrary, it means that you can't directly steal my fate." "Oh." Amon smiled, seemingly looking forward to what Klein was going to say next. Klein laughed and didn't waver in the slightest. "Otherwise, the moment you enter the forsaken land of the gods, you will directly steal my fate and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Even if you want to play a game of escape and interception, you can wait until your main goal is achieved before doing so. That way you won't suffer any risk. As for me, I'll lose the chance to revive and my original fate. Driven by my survival instincts, I'll try harder to escape. Indeed, the god of mischief might do things that disregard risks in pursuit of excitement, but you are still the god of deceit." At this point, Klein looked at Amon's unchanging expression and paused. "I know that you really have the beyonder powers to steal the fates of others, but being able to do something doesn't mean that you will do it. This requires you to weigh the risks, the pros and cons, and analyze the gains and losses. I believe you don't want to directly steal my fate. That will make you bear the burden of everything that Sapphira Castle brings. You have to resist the resurrection of its original owner. Even for a king of angels like you, this is very dangerous. If you aren't careful, you might perish. Therefore, you want to find a loophole that allows you to obtain Sapphira Castle without suffering the negative effect. And this requires my permission." When he said this, Klein thought of his experience with computer viruses in his previous life. Those viruses would always disguise themselves as all kinds of normal things to trick you into clicking on them and giving you permission. This was inexplicably similar to the current situation. After listening to Klein's words, Amon looked at him and did not speak. He just calmly adjusted his crystal monocle. A smile suffused Klein's lips as he continued. "From the moment you parasitized me, you've been carrying out a large-scale deception. On one hand, you gave me the option of becoming your blessed, and on the other hand, you told me that your main body could withstand my fate, causing me to bear a heavy psychological burden. In the journey that followed, you kept showing me hope and destroying it. You gave me a time limit now and then, forcing me to seize the opportunity to catch my breath. Then, you abruptly shortened the journey and disrupted my arrangement. In the end, you revealed the card that you were the original body and pushed me into the abyss of desperation, destroying my will and psychological defense. I completely collapsed and chose to become your adorer, agreeing to the potential deal. Amon listened quietly and suddenly laughed. He raised his hands and applauded softly. Perfect reasoning. However, you seem to have left out a problem. What I'm talking about is meeting my main body and going to a sufficiently safe place before taking away your fate. Now, we haven't reached our final destination, so I naturally won't take the risk. Klein's expression sank slightly before he relaxed. I'm looking forward to seeing what's different there. He responded to Amon's words with Amon's stance. The genuine King of Angels adjusted his monocle and pointed to the side with a smile. Soon. We'll arrive in less than half a day. How long exactly? Klein instinctively lacked trust in Amon's rather vague description. Amon scratched his chin and chuckled. Half an hour. Klein turned his head to look in the direction Amon had pointed, only to see nothing in the deep darkness. A bolt of lightning streaked across, illuminating the desolate plains. However, there was an even thicker grayish-yellow fog in the distance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. After 2 days of chaos, Audrey's life finally regained some peace. This made her even more curious about the truth behind the king's assassination. Considering how Mr. Fool seemed to hint that today's tarot might be cancelled, Audrey decided to pray to this existence in advance and contact the world, German Sparrow, in an attempt to figure out the corresponding situation. She only took a glance at Susie before the golden retriever immediately walked out of the room, closed the door, and squatted outside. With great familiarity, Audrey sat down and got into a praying posture. She chanted softly in ancient Hermes, she chanted softly in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Bakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Do you think there will be a gathering today? There wasn't any formal notice. Furs took out her pocket watch and opened it. Zio shook her head. I don't know. Furs couldn't sit still. She left her seat and paced back and forth anxiously, muttering to herself. Mr. World didn't respond, nor did Mr. Fool respond as she spoke. Furs suddenly looked at her friend who was eating the ham and said anxiously, Don't worry, I can't help you. Zio, why don't you try praying to Mr. Fool and ask if today's gathering will be held as scheduled? Zio frowned slightly, put down her fork, and nodded. All right. She also felt that the current situation was a little strange. After clasping her hands and holding her chin, Zio took a deep breath. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral, in a room behind Cheney's Gate. Emlyn White woke up, feeling a little puzzled about the dream he had just had. He seemed to be dreaming of Lilith, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. In the dream, he was trapped in an ancient castle covered in red grapevines, unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. Later, he saw the crimson moon outside through the narrow window high above. He saw a pair of huge bat wings that covered half of the crimson moon. In the legends of the Sanguine, this was one of the symbols of the ancient goddess, Lilith. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn, who was so excited that he flew up high in an attempt to open the narrow window, discovered a tarot card at the bottom of the glass. The surface of the tarot card depicted a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes. He wore a gorgeous headdress, and he carried a cane on his shoulder. At the end of the cane hung a piece of luggage, and behind him was a puppy pulling him. The Fool card. At this point in the dream, Emlyn naturally woke up. As a sanguine viscount, he had the basic ability to analyze dreams. It must be my present situation that caused this dream to appear. That star actually hasn't given me any human blood. I'm indeed the target of the ancestors' favor. She is hinting to me that to escape this predicament, I have to obtain help from Mr. Fool? What day is it today? Forget it, I'll just pray directly. That way, I'll be able to leave as soon as possible. Emlyn sat up, filled with hope. He chanted piously, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Above the gray fog, the 3 crimson stars that corresponded to justice, judgment, and the moon began to expand and contract, emitting light and creating ripples. They merged into the crimson tide that existed to begin with, causing the tremors of the entire mysterious space to intensify. Amidst the tremors, the tide drowned the ancient and majestic palace, causing mysterious symbols to light up one after another behind the 8 chairs on both sides of the long bronze table. This brought about a new halo and a new tremor, accompanied by a buzzing sound. At the end of the long, mottled table, the back of the chair belonging to the fool also lit up. Half a contorted line and half a pupil-less eye formed a complicated symbol that constantly extended outwards, becoming layered and extremely three-dimensional. As a result, the crimson tide was attracted over, condensing into a figure on the fool's high-back chair. This figure wasn't stable enough. It would distort and disperse at times, making it difficult for it to truly take form. On the desolate plains that were filled with grayish-yellow fog, Klein paused for a moment and looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. He then retracted his gaze, held the leather lantern, and followed Amon into the endless desolate plains. The further the man and the king of angels proceeded, the more ravines there were on the ground, and their depths became more exaggerated. About 10 minutes later, as another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, Klein saw a bluish-black cyclops that was dozens of meters tall loitering not far away. His body was covered in signs of rotting pus, and his eyes were sunken in without any luster. It was obvious that he had long lost his life. However, he continued loitering around as a grayish-yellow gas emanated from his body, interweaving into clouds in midair, creating fog in the desolate plains. The grayish-yellow fog that enveloped the endless wilderness was actually brought by this bluish-black giant. The youngest son of the giant king, Ormer, the god of glory, Bladel, publicly cursed my father and was punished to linger here forever. Of course, he had long died in the cataclysm, but he still wasn't freed. Amon pointed at the bluish-black cyclops and said with a smile, "If I hadn't stolen the corresponding damage, you would have been contaminated by the fog produced after Bladel's death the moment you entered this plane, becoming a cursed person that lingers here." "Do I have to thank you?" Klein suddenly felt like he had walked straight into a myth. Amon led him and continued forward. Soon, they approached the bluish-black cyclop. There was an extremely deep ravine where the giant lingered. As the lightning streaked across, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom. Klein's eyelids twitched slightly as he recalled the scene he had seen when he divined the unshadowed crucifix. If he remembered correctly, this should be the place where the ancient god of the sun, the city of silver's creator, Amon and Adam's father, walked out. This is the place that Amon said was safe enough? Klein's heart sank. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, walked to the edge of the ravine. With his back facing the grayish-white building, he opened his hands slightly and said with a smile, "This is the holy land where my father awakened. This is the sacred place where my father woke up. It hides the history that I want to explore. My father told me that this place has a very ancient name, called, under the illumination of the silver lightning that tore through the sky." Amon, who was dressed in a classic black robe, paused for a moment. He spread his arms a little wider and said with a solemn tone, "Chernobyl." Chapter 1197. Chernobyl. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's first reaction was astonishment. As he approached the bluish-black cyclops, he had envisioned many things to unfold, but he never expected to hear such a name. It was like a water-cooled machine gun appearing in an ancient oil painting, or a plot appearing in a scientific paper. It was filled with incongruity and unbelievable. In the next second, Klein thought of how the ancient sun god had used his rib to create the dark angel Sasra, but had named his eldest son Adam. He instinctively believed that what he was encountering was a similar situation. He couldn't help but want to laugh when he realized that the powerful king of angels, Ammon, who always wore a nasty smile, had said such a name in a relatively serious and solemn manner. Klein found it increasingly difficult to hold back his urge to laugh, and he didn't want to hold back. The funniest thing would be for Ammon to fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill me directly. For Ammon to become what he is today, the education of the ancient sun god is definitely a huge part of the responsibility. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he prepared to mercilessly vent the laughter in his heart. At this moment, another bolt of silver lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the deep ravine, allowing Klein to see the thick grayish-white building at the bottom again. This was a building that was completely different from the present, the fourth epoch, the third epoch, and even the second epoch. Badump! Klein's heart rapidly contracted before expanding. Just as his smile bloomed, it froze on his face. Badump! Badump! Klein heard his heartbeat as general knowledge regarding the current world surfaced in his mind. There are 12 months and 365 days in a year. There are leap years. There are 24 hours a day, 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds a minute. It's confirmed that it's a planet. There's only one sun and one moon in the sky. Badump! 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 Klein's instincts prevented him from continuing, but a voice still emerged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that there has never been such a thing as transmigration? I've actually always been on Earth, but I've been hanging above the gray fog's door of light for too long. I truly don't belong to this era. As this thought formed, many details that he hadn't noticed erupted like a volcano in Klein's mind. In the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, before entering the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, there are decaying and collapsed steel buildings around the ancient well. This seems to have been left behind by humans. The overall terrain of the northern and southern continents is very similar to that of North and South America. However, a large area between the two has been wiped out by some unknown force, forming a complicated, winding berserk sea. Also, Sonia Island is like the large northern island that drifted southward. Mid-Seashore is like an expanded and connected version of the Five Great Lakes. It's as if it was attacked by a huge meteorite. On the mountains and rivers have changed, but the continent's north continent is lands. Sea region. By continent, sea treasure, the lands. By continent, the land. Nether mountains and sea region continent is the gods. In world sea, AAC, civilization lost civilization Hun, moon, the giant king's parents are humans. The origins of the sanguine and elves are also suspected to be humans. The two questions I had previously, why did Sapphira Castle capture transmigrators from Earth, and why did those people belong to the era I lived in, can now be explained in just 2 to 3 seconds. Klein's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. This made his lips tremble slightly, as though he was trying his best to prevent an answer from forming. However, this world's moon is crimson. The situation in the cosmos is also a little different from Earth's. I'm not an astronomy enthusiast, so I can't remember it clearly. However, the Emperor consumed the Savant Pathways potion. If the cosmos was completely the same, he would have discovered it long ago. Objections appeared in Klein's mind. They were like strong anchors, preventing a ship from being blown away from the harbor in a storm. But in the next second, Klein remembered 2 sentences. One was a terrifying prophecy he had read on the internet in his previous life. When the stars return to their positions, chaos will rise from the ground, and the great primordial one will awaken. The other sentence was, "Be careful of the moon." Wasn't that prophecy made up? When the stars return to their positions, there's a difference from before. Klein almost ignored Amon in front of him. Even his body began to tremble slightly. It took him a great deal of effort to sigh in his heart. Perhaps I've never left my hometown, but I'll never be able to return home. Just as he had this realization, the grayish-white fog silently appeared in front of him. This time, he stood directly in the waning forest, corresponding to the end of the first epoch and the beginning of the second epoch. Unlike before, the endless gray fog in front of him was no longer empty. In the depths of the fog, far, far away, shattered spots of light lit up one after another. They were like lighthouses that illuminated the path of history, pulling Klein forward as he constantly traced back, traversing thousands of years or even more. Then, he saw the bright door of light that was dyed bluish-black. He saw transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light, and he saw himself in a t-shirt and casual pants. An invisible wind blew past, and the grayish-white fog beneath the door of light parted layer by layer, revealing cities. Within them stood tall skyscrapers, all kinds of cars were parked, and pedestrians were coming and going. These cities were piled on top of each other, covered in grayish-white dust. Many of the buildings had already collapsed, with broken steel bars sticking out. Some of the cars were dented, some had collapsed, and some had been flattened. The pedestrians were lifeless, like wax figurines. Upon seeing this scene, Klein stopped and stared at it intently. He knew very well, this world was Earth. His scholar of your potion had been completely digested at this moment. Suddenly, Klein's consciousness returned to the real world, and he realized that his connection with Sapphira Castle had strengthened. Amidst the buzzing sound, the resonance produced by the prayers of the tarot members became even stronger. Previously, he could already use them to vaguely sense the Sapphira Castle above the gray fog. When he saw the Fool's Chair, Klein seemed to have finally established a certain connection with the crimson figure that was twisting and attempting to take form. Klein instantly came to a realization. At this moment, he didn't need to recite the incantation or take 4 steps counterclockwise. With a thought, his spirit body could enter Sapphira Castle and merge with the figure. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to escape. Without bothering to sigh at the fact that this world was Earth, Klein immediately thought that Amon definitely wouldn't expect such a change. He leaped towards Sapphira Castle. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic mage robe, was reflected in Klein's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with endless joy. Klein's mind suddenly exploded as all his thoughts were occupied by Amon's crazy ravings. "You're right. I don't want to steal your fate and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle while carrying a heavy burden. You're right. This is a fraud that has been going on from the beginning. However, the core of this fraud is to make you believe that I've given you hope and destroyed it all the way to crush your will, so that you would agree to become my blessed. If I hadn't deliberately changed my clothes before entering the forsaken land of the gods, and if I hadn't accidentally displayed the ability to make use of mistakes several times, would you have been so sure that my true body had already arrived? Don't tell me that a god of deceit wouldn't know that changing his appearance would reveal many problems? Do you think that I, who had long entered Chernobyl, wouldn't understand what this name means? I've been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. I've been searching for the most ancient history, the history that exceeds the first epoch. The true goal of this journey is to give you some time and give you some historical knowledge. It will help you digest the scholar of your potion and make you relax your guard in this aspect. Then, when your connection with Sapphira Castle deepens and you attempt to trigger Sapphira Castle, seize this opportunity and use the loophole to steal Sapphira Castle. Fate is yours and Sapphira Castle is mine. This terrifying ravings from a king of angels not only contained Amon's chuckle, but it also ravaged Klein's mind. It was in no way inferior to Mr. Door's roars. On the surface of Klein's skin, traces of worms of spirit appeared. He was on the verge of losing control. And in his body, a 12-ringed worm of time crawled out, transforming into an illusory Amon wearing a black mage robe, a pointed hat and a crystal monocle. He was Amon, who was parasitizing Klein's body at a superficial level. His goal wasn't to monitor his thoughts, nor was parasitizing him to control the situation at a critical moment, but to seize the opportunity. From the beginning, Amon had used parasitizing at a deep level. His main goal was to parasitize a worm of time at a superficial level without a saint noticing. The illusory Amon turned his head and looked at Klein, who was unable to think due to the ravings. He revealed a smile that was identical to his true body. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with endless joy. He then turned around and used the invisible connection to leap towards Sapphira Castle above the grayish-white fog. This was similar to how he had previously parasitized Derek Berg's body and attempted to use the crimson star that corresponded to the sun to infiltrate the world above the gray fog. But this time, no one purified Sapphira Castle, closed the door, and isolated Amon. This was a wonderful performance. This was the god of deceit. Chapter 1198. In the blink of an eye, Amon saw the grayish-white fog and the ancient and majestic palace above him. As long as he stretched out his hand and passed through the final obstruction, he would be able to touch Sapphira Castle and directly enter it, essentially stealing it away. But at that moment, a gigantic bluish-black palm suddenly appeared above Amon's illusory figure, blocking his path into Sapphira Castle. Amon's illusory figure subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the palm. He saw the one-eyed giant that had long died and was covered in rotting pus. The exaggerated vertical eye of Blattel, who was known as the god of glory, still didn't show any signs of life. The grayish-yellow fog of curse constantly emitted from his body. However, it was different from before. Behind him, there were black tubes that were almost illusory. They extended into infinity, and it was unknown where they connected to. Bang! The bluish-black giant that was dozens of meters tall instantly condensed a broadsword formed from the orange-red light of dusk. Holding it in one hand, he slashed at Amon's body, who was standing at the edge of the deep ravine. This youngest son of the giant king, who had died due to the curse, had unconsciously wandered for thousands of years before suddenly erupting with unimaginable power. The twilight sword tore through the void and jumped out from where the Angel of Time, Amon, was standing. It tore through everything around it, turning into a storm that could destroy the desolate plains. Amon didn't move. He continued standing there, and no matter how the orange-red sword storm wreaked havoc, he failed to harm him at all. He seemed to have made use of a certain mistake of this world. However, in this state, Amon was no longer able to transmit his ravings into Klein's mind, allowing Klein to finally obtain a sliver of peace. Klein ignored the fact that he was about to lose control. Amidst the clear and real praying around him, he found some clarity of mind. Then, he immediately thought of something and resonated with the crimson figure at the fool's position above the gray fog, establishing a new connection. Without any hesitation, he chose to return to Sapphira Castle. And at this moment, Amon's illusory figure that attempted to sneak above the gray fog was still blocked by the god of glory, Blattel's bluish-black palm. He was unable to instantly break through the huge obstruction. The monocle-wearing King of Angels avatar and main body opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a word. Night. Yes, this was help from the Evernight goddess, but it wasn't without reason. Although Klein did not have much confidence in this, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. However, he did not think that it would work. The probability was very low, and he could only hope for it when he was at his most desperate. After truly entering the forsaken land of the gods and obtaining the space to think independently, he worked hard to find resources that could be used. Then, he remembered something. The former chief of the City of Silver. This demon hunter attempted to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway, but he ended up encountering an anomaly and became a monster in the mausoleum he built. This anomaly was related to the illusory black tubes. Klein had seen similar objects in the charismatic order's artificial death. In other words, the mutation of the former City of Silver's chief was very likely related to artificial death. This indirectly explained a problem. For some unknown reason, other than the true creator, there was also artificial death, who had come to life, that could influence the forsaken land of the gods. And now, artificial death was equivalent to the Evernight goddess to a certain extent. Based on this reasoning, Klein suspected that the goddess could use the uniqueness of the death pathway to exert a relatively low-level influence on certain things in the forsaken land of the gods. In addition, there were only 3 people directly involved in the matter regarding the former chief of the City of Silver. One of them was the current chief, Colin Iliad, the demigod elder, Waite Chermont, and the other was shepherd elder, Lovia. They were either sequence 4 saints or important believers of the true creator. It was impossible for them to be parasitized by Amon without realizing it. As for Derek Berg, the only person who had received any feedback after the incident, he wasn't the target of Amon's parasitization because he was under the watch of the Fool. In other words, Amon did not know that the mutation of the former chief of the City of Silver involved the black illusory tubes. Therefore, even if he could guess that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway through his grasp of the situation in the outside world, causing the god of combat to react violently, he had no way of knowing that this would bring about certain changes to the forsaken land of the gods. With this understanding, Klein didn't have much confidence in doing something in this regard. In the city that believed in the Phoenix, he didn't take away the remnant beyonder characteristics of the death pathway, hoping to use it as a guide. After summoning Zeradal's historical void projection, he didn't take the opportunity to commit suicide. On the one hand, he was afraid that Amon would still have the ability to stop him, which would instead delay the other arrangements. On the other hand, he wanted to summon the Servant of Concealment, Ariana's projection, to inform the Evernight goddess of the exact situation. After doing these 2 things, Klein didn't know what the final outcome would be. He focused more on the fact that Amon's avatar had long been replaced with his true body. When he arrived at his final destination and saw the lingering angel corpse, Klein's heart stirred, but he was distracted by Amon's introduction. Only then did he realize that the goddess had already used the uniqueness of the death pathway to gain a basic grasp of the giant king's youngest son, who had been cursed thousands of years ago. She had been patiently waiting for an opportunity, and the powers of concealment that filled the forsaken land of the gods helped her hide the illusory black tubes. Suddenly, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, at the seat of honor of the Fool at the end of the long, mottled table, the crimson figure that would occasionally distort and scatter finally took form, revealing the black-haired, brown-eyed, and rather scholarly appearance of Klein. With just a thought, Klein's consciousness and spirit body returned to Sapphira Castle. He then used the close connection between Sapphira Castle and his body, as well as the resonance brought about by the prayers of the tarot members, to directly see himself, who had lost focus and was about to lose control. He saw Amon's illusory figure, who had used error to circle around the bluish-black palm. Amon's crystal monocle-wearing head looked up and made eye contact with Klein, who was sitting at the Fool's seat. Klein beckoned for the sea god's scepter and raised it. The entire gray fog boiled as the entire Sapphira Castle trembled. The majestic and terrifying power gathered over, transforming into a surging lightning torrent. Under the illumination of the blue gem that lit up at the same time, it surged down crazily, drowning Amon's avatar and Klein's body. The deep rumbling of thunder reverberated, and the terrifying silver-white lightning tore apart everything it enveloped. Amon's illusory figure collapsed, and Klein's body was destroyed. He had finally succeeded in committing suicide. After completing this strike, Klein, who was high above the gray fog, immediately severed the connection between Sapphira Castle and the real world to prevent Amon's main body from creating any new accidents. Right on the heels of that, he began to wait for a miracle, for a resurrection. Beside the deep ravine with a thick grayish-white building at the bottom, Amon's main body adjusted the crystal monocle and stole the curse that maintained the existence of the ancient god's youngest bladel. The bluish-black giant quickly rotted and turned into white bones. The illusory black tubes didn't persist as they retracted back into the depths of the darkness. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Amon stood there. He raised his head and looked at the sky in silence for a few seconds, as though he was looking at Sapphira Castle through the fog of history. Finally, he pinched the crystal monocle and muttered to himself, as the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. Inside the ancient palace, at the end of the long mottled table, Klein sat at the seat belonging to the fool as he carefully looked at the grayish-white fog below. He discovered that the beyonder characteristics contained in his destroyed body had unknowingly entered the historical void, fusing with the projections of the worms of spirit from the past, making them corporeal. As long as Klein's consciousness in Sapphira Castle was willing, these worms of spirit could immediately drill out of the fog of history and reconstruct his body in the real world. The miracle of resurrection was essentially a deeper use of the power of the past. The miracle is achieved with the help of the past and future? Klein frowned slightly as he attempted to analyze how the miracle of a miracle invoker came about. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly refocused and attempted to revive in Sapphira Castle. Then, he discovered a problem. That was that the resurrection of his body could only be done in the real world, and it had to be within a certain range of his remains. As for his spirit body, it could be directly resurrected above the gray fog. However, Klein's spirit body hadn't been destroyed. It was sitting on the fool's high-back chair. Receiving help from the past is effective. The number of revivals I'm expending now is in advance of becoming a miracle invoker. From the looks of it, there's only one chance. Man, Amon should be guarding my corpse now. I have to think of a way to escape this predicament. His view of time is different from others. He is a very patient god of mischief. Yes, this state can only be maintained for 3 days. After that, I won't be able to borrow power from the past to resurrect. If it really doesn't work, I'll just abandon my body and become an undead. Klein's thoughts raced. Although he was still a little vexed, he was already in the most relaxed state he had been in the past few days. He had finally escaped the near-despair situation. Looking at the high-backed chairs behind him that lit up with symbols and the crimson stars that were expanding and contracting, Klein exhaled and leaned back in his chair in relief. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. This is my anchor. P.S. This plot has finally come to an end. The entire story actually started when I was reading the Cthulhu mythos. When I saw the meme related to Cthulhu, I suddenly thought, Cthulhu says that he's about to awaken. What if he's already awakened? It doesn't matter if I don't know much about Cthulhu. I can just replace the 3 words with evil god. After all, the corresponding deities are set up by me. Divine Sovereign of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1199. The shimmering crimson light warmed Klein's heart. He felt that he wasn't that lonely, and that someone was still thinking about him. As the illusory prayers became clearer and more realistic, they became noisier and more chaotic. Klein realized that Sapphira Castle was summoning him, and the resonance between the two was constantly increasing. By the time all the tarot members had finished praying, Klein had a vague feeling that he could enter Sapphira Castle at any time. His consciousness was about to manifest there, but he was ultimately lacking a layer of obstruction that prevented him from breaking through. This problem was finally resolved after he completely digested the Scholar of Your potion. It was also because of this that he was able to seize the opportunity to return to Sapphira Castle before Amon broke through the god of glory, Bladal's obstruction. In just 2 short days, all the tarot members have prayed once. Normally speaking, there shouldn't be such a coincidence. Some of them aren't problematic, and some of them should have been influenced by the goddess or will. If I'm lucky enough, I'll naturally have a good development. Klein carefully thought about it and noticed something that didn't make sense. However, this was all explainable, and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. After changing his sitting posture slightly, Klein's gaze gradually turned deep. Although he felt that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return home when he saw the door of light and the cocoon, after confirming this point and discovering that this world was his hometown, he still felt as though his hope had been completely shattered, as though the light of dawn had been swallowed by darkness. Back then, I used "the fool that doesn't belong to this era" as an honorific name. Perhaps it was a revelation given by my spiritual intuition. Deep in my heart, I might have sensed something. By the way, I remember that I transmigrated while sleeping. Why was I wearing a t-shirt and casual pants while hanging in the cocoon? Klein frowned slightly as he cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog beneath Sapphira Castle. As he searched for the reason from the fragments of light in the fog of history, he tried hard to recall every detail of that night. Finally, Klein found the corresponding historical fragment. Zhou Mingrue, who was wearing a t-shirt and casual pants, had set up a luck enhancement ritual before dinner. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the incantation, "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." In Klein's memory, nothing had happened at that time, but the scene in the historical fragment was different. Zhou Mingrue completed the 4 steps and completed the ritual. His face was pale and his eyes were dull. After that, his movements were a little sluggish as he ate, read, watched dramas, and played with his phone. He seemed to be completing a predetermined program. Finally, Zhou Mingrue came to the sink and looked at his lifeless reflection in the mirror. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went to bed. During this process, he did not change out of his t-shirt and casual pant. He just covered himself with the blanket and closed his eyes. Not long after, a strong light and violent shaking ended the corresponding historical segment. Klein couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his temples. So, there were no changes after the luck enhancement ritual. Everything was normal. It was just my perception. In fact, my body had already undergone a mutation. If it were in the past, Klein would definitely feel horrified and fearful over the truth of this matter. However, he had suffered too many shocks over a long period of time. Just a moment ago, his worldview of the world had nearly collapsed. Such a trivial matter could no longer cause him to feel any strong ripples. However, after discovering this, coupled with the fact that the Emperor had transmigrated, because he had bought a mysterious silver token, as well as the fact that the suspended spirit body in a transparent cocoon above the door of light still had a cell phone, Klein quickly made some guesses about the situation back then. It's likely that the owner of Sapphira Castle influenced reality and transmitted the luck enhancement ritual, the mysterious silver token, the mutated cell phone, and other items. Anyone who obtained them and did the corresponding actions would be pulled above the gray fog at some point in time, hanging above the door of light. This is a kind of random selection. It doesn't point to a specific target. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. However, why was it named Notes on Secret Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasties? Was it randomly made up by the affected humans, or was it really passed down from the Qin and Han Dynasties? It's not impossible. If the prophecy of the stars returning to their positions is true, and it corresponds to the original creator, he had been sleeping in the Earth's core all this time. It was like that in an era even more ancient than ancient times. As for Sapphira Castle, it's said to be formed from some parts of his body. This isn't a sanctuary or a cockpit in the beginning, while waiting to awaken and destroy the world. He was persistently influencing reality to a small extent, making arrangements such as imparting a ritual. Wouldn't this be a little contradictory? That prophecy must have been made by the affected humans as well. Klein reached out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long mottled table. He fell into a temporarily unsolvable conundrum. Soon, he recalled a sentence and a few things. The sentence was, "Whatever separates must converge, and whatever converges must separate." Those things were, the ancient sun god, the father of Ammon and Adam, had deliberately separated his negative personality. Beyonders who were close to the underground or encountered certain corruption would gradually produce a brand new version of themselves. After going to the moon, Roselle the Great's personality had unknowingly changed to a certain extent. Many of the 22 Beyonder pathways were contradictory, just like Demonis and Hunter. Perhaps the original creator was an amalgamation of contradictions that could only be alleviated through slumber. Klein had a certain guess, but he had no way of confirming it. He couldn't even be sure if the original creator, who would awaken when the stars returned to their positions in his previous life, was the same creator who split into all things in the myths and legends of the present era. This required more clues and more evidence to confirm. He couldn't just rely on his own guesses and imagination. "It's not like I'm a visionary." Klein lampooned himself and cast his gaze upwards. It was a nearly gray void, with grayish-white clouds drifting in certain areas. There are still many things that need to be confirmed. For example, is that so-called Chernobyl a shelter created by humans before the original creator awakened? Or does the characteristics of the 22 Beyonder pathways all stem from the original creator? Or is the position of the stars normal or abnormal? Or is the apocalypse in 1368 the stars returning to their correct positions? Or the origins of the first blasphemy slate, or what's above the moon? With this in mind, Klein's tapping fingers suddenly paused as he muttered, "That's right." He whispered, "For example, the homeland of the elves, the legendary western continent, does it still exist? Why can't anyone head there?" The answer to Klein's question was a long silence. He slowly leaned back and propped his arms on the armrest. After a few minutes, Klein closed his eyes and had a thought, or rather, a decision. After his successful resurrection, he planned on staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a period of time to seek answers to some of his questions. Just as Roselle the Great had said, the answers to many things were in the forsaken land of the gods. Blasphemer Ammon had wandered here for more than 1,000 years, exploring history that exceeded the first epoch. Furthermore, if I keep heading east in the forsaken land of the gods, I might reach the legendary western continent. Klein cast his gaze outside the ancient palace and looked into the endless distance. To him, staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a period of time was also a strategy. At the very least, it would attract Ammon's attention, preventing him from mobilizing his avatars in the outside world to search for German Sparrow in Rouen and Bakeland. That would bring great danger to the people Klein knew and were familiar with. Thankfully, the Ammon avatars that recognized my soft-heartedness have been eliminated. The corresponding information hasn't been leaked due to the existence of concealment. If not for that, Ammon might have directly used the lives of Banson, Melissa, Leonard, and Miss Justice to threaten me. The outcome would be unimaginable. Heh, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck has finally shown some signs. Phew, even if I want to leave the forsaken land of the gods, there's nothing I can do now. I have to barge into the place where the dark angel slumbers. Klein shook his head and smiled. He felt that even if he could resurrect, he would be in great danger. It was impossible for a scholar of yore to be pursued by a king of angels for long. Most importantly, the Evernight goddess was still digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. There was a limit to the power that could infiltrate the forsaken land of the gods. Once the Angel of Time, who wielded the authority of error, Ammon, made proper preparations, it would be almost impossible for him to do what he did today. On the one hand, I have to seek help from other possible existences. After successfully resurrecting, I'll attempt to use my marionettes to chant the honorific names of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I'll see if they have a way to descend a certain amount of power into the forsaken land of the gods. Back then, they had devoured the ancient sun god, so they definitely wouldn't wish for Amon to obtain Sapphira Castle. On the other hand, since the scholar of your potion has been completely digested, I have to consider the matter of becoming a miracle invoker. As long as I have the level of an angel and become a complete mythical creature, my situation will be much better. At the very least, I won't be unable to withstand a wave of ravings when facing Amon's true body. Klein decided to wait for his spirit body to recover before using a medium to spy on the terrifying maggots in the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. From there, he could obtain the knowledge of a miracle invoker. There was a high chance that it was the half-fool of the Antigonus family. After considering his future plans, Klein surveyed the area and replied to the Crimson Stars. Today, the tarot will proceed as usual. He wanted to see if Hermit and Mr. the Hanging Man could provide him with inspiration to revive somewhere far away from Amon. Of course, a clever excuse was necessary. Klein had already thought of one. After replying, the world above the gray fog became extremely quiet again. Klein sat on the fool's chair, temporarily having nowhere to go. After a moment of silence, he leaned his body slightly and used his right hand to prop up his head, looking straight ahead. On the long mottled table, delicacies and exquisite candles appeared. The surrounding high-backed chairs became even more reminiscent of the current era. Silhouettes materialized one after another. Some of them were middle-aged men with loud voices and silver hair. Some of them were women with Asian faces and ear-length hair. Some of them were young men who were enjoying delicious food while playing with their phones. Some of them were young girls who were laughing and joking with each other. After them, new figures appeared. They were done with a high hairline and deep gray eyes, and daily with blue eyeshadow and blush above the grayish-white fog. They surrounded the warm table that flickered with candlelight. They chatted happily and would comment on the delicacies from time to time. Klein maintained his previous expression and posture. He propped up his face with his hand as he silently watched this scene. He didn't move for a long time. Chapter 1200. Bakeland, Northborough. Leonard, who had just arranged the mission for his team, saw the endless gray fog and heard Mr. Fool's response. He heaved a long sigh of relief and suppressed his voice. From the looks of it, there aren't any problems. Since Mr. Fool could give feedback like normal and convene a tarot gathering, it meant that he had already won against Amon. This way, Klein would likely be able to escape his predicament. In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice scoffed, "Don't be happy so early. After you enter Sapphira Castle, observe the fool and see if his right eye is wearing a monocle." "Why, you're saying that the present fool might be Amon in disguise?" Leonard's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly asked. Pallas sighed and said, "I can't rule out this possibility. We can't rule out this possibility. Amon really can do such a thing." "I'll take note." Leonard's relaxed mind instantly tensed up again. On the Sonia Sea, on the future. Mr. Fool actually took so long to respond. Does this mean that the world's German sparrow's disappearance has something to do with what he is plotting? I can't be sure. Perhaps Mr. Fool's lack of response was to save German Sparrow. And now he has succeeded. He didn't directly mention this matter because he plans on letting the world narrate it on the tarot? After Mr. Fool's voice sounded in her ears, thoughts flashed through Catlia's mind. With the contents of the Queen's letter, she suspected that George III's death had something to do with Mr. Fool's interference. The disappearance of the world's German sparrow was also a continuation of this matter. Catlia's first reaction was to write to Queen Mystic Bernadette and tell her that German sparrow had been found. However, after some thought, She held back her urge and planned on attending the afternoon gathering to understand the exact situation. She wanted to figure out what could and couldn't be said before reporting it to Queen Mystic. No matter what, the matter seems to have been resolved. This Admiral of Stars heaved a sigh of relief and sat by the window in peace as she looked at the azure sky. Sonia Island, the edge of a primeval forest. Alger Wilson stood on a thin branch and looked at the harbor and the blue sky not far away. A strong wind swirled around him, but it did not spread out and affect the trees around him. The illusory grayish-white fog appeared. Alger was delighted at first, but he soon became a little fearful. Mr. Fool only responded after a period of time. This means that his previous state was indeed a little abnormal. However, he has now recovered. He didn't respond to my request to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Sun because he discovered my probing and my hidden thoughts. I can't do this anymore. Mr. Fool had only given a simple warning this time, and it was very likely that he would directly punish him the next time. Do not test God, do not test God. As his thoughts raced, Alger lowered his head and said piously, "Thank you for your kindness and tolerance." Bakeland, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Mr. Fool didn't convey my question to Mr. World. Is this because the tarot will proceed normally in the afternoon, and there will be time for communication? Audrey analyzed some problems from the delay in the feedback. Typically speaking, Mr. Fool's replies are very timely. This time, it took more than 15 minutes. He is dealing with something else, something very important? Something to do with George III's death? Regardless, a delay of 15 minutes wasn't a serious problem. Audrey quickly reined in her thoughts as her mood improved. I'll know the truth from Mr. World in a while. I hope that this incident won't have any more serious consequences apart from triggering an all-out war. And war is unavoidable at the moment. Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral. Mr. Fool didn't say that he would help me. Emlyn White held a cup of red liquid as he frowned slightly. He then interpreted the symbolic meaning of the response from another angle. Mr. Fool specially emphasized that the tarot will proceed as usual in the afternoon. Is he trying to tell me that the chance of escaping this predicament lies with one of the members? Don't tell me it's still that star? In short, I should be able to leave this week. As Emlyn was being held in protective custody behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate, it was unlikely for anything that happened in the outskirts of Bakeland to affect him. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to suddenly escape from prison and head to the Blood Emperor's ruins. Therefore, when Klein hinted to the other members last week, he had been left out. City of Silver, Berg household. After hearing Mr. Fool's response, Derek got up from the bed, his excitement evident in his words and actions. Mr. Fool didn't disappear. Mr. Fool didn't abandon the City of Silver like the Creator. He paced back and forth and immediately rushed out of the room to head for the Twin Towers to inform the chief of the good news. However, his growth over the past year had left a clear mark on Derek. He finally calmed down and decided to attend the tarot gathering and obtain the promise of blessings before seeking out the chief. Perhaps the lack of response during this period of time is Mr. Fool's test for me, the chief, and the City of Silver. He wants to see if we will quickly lean towards the fallen Creator. At some point in time, Derek's train of thought had a hint of the hanging man, of course. He didn't have any unnecessary thoughts because of this. From what he knew, it was extremely normal for deities to test their believers. Back then, the Creator had left behind many similar legends. After finishing his thoughts, Derek still couldn't sit still as he continued pacing back and forth in the room. He looked forward to the afternoon tarot like never before. In the City of Silver, in the forsaken land of the gods, afternoon was a relatively abstract concept. This was because there weren't enough labels to confirm it. They could only barely use the number of lightning bolts to define day and night, unable to make any further subdivisions. Bakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Ha! After receiving Mr. Fool's response, Furs couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a best-selling author, she had a rich imagination. During the period of time when Mr. Fool didn't respond, she had already weaved one terrifying story after another in her mind. Mr. Fool used his own death in exchange for George III's failure. Mr. Fool's scheme was discovered by the deities and he was besieged. Mr. Fool's old injuries relapsed and he fell back into a deep slumber. The world, German Sparrow, had no one to care for him and was being pursued by his enemies. These stories developed differently, but the ending was very consistent. It was that Furs fell back into the full moon ravings, losing control and becoming a monster. Phew! Furs exhaled and said to Zio with a beaming smile, I only realized today that Mr. Fool is the most important man in my heart. That him. More importantly, you have to become a demigod as soon as possible and completely escape the curse of the full moon, Zio replied seriously. After joining the tarot, she already knew her friend's true situation. Okay. Furs nodded and said with a smile, in short, I have to have a drink to celebrate. Above the grey fog inside Sapphira Castle, the calmed Klein used cogitation to recover his spirit-body state. When I first learned cogitation, I needed to imagine something that doesn't exist in this world and replace the things in my mind to truly enter cogitation. Back then, my first reaction was to outline an intercontinental ballistic missile on Earth. But I didn't succeed. I didn't think too much about it back then, but from the looks of it, this might have already explained some problems. It's not that there's something that doesn't exist in this world. It's just that it's been annihilated in the fog of history. Klein rubbed his temples and naturally recalled something from the past. He then focused his mind, planning on obtaining the Miracle Invoker Potion formula before tarot. At that moment, Amon was patiently guarding the place where he had died. All he could do was stay in Sapphira Castle. There was nothing else he could do. After considering the method, he grabbed out of the ancient palace and, in a condescending manner, took out an item from the historical void in the grayish-white fog. It was a notebook with a hard cover that was completely dyed black. The Antigonus family's notebook. As expected, it's not a manifestation of the uniqueness. It only has some remnant powers of the half-fool of the Antigonus family. Klein sighed and threw the notebook onto the long bronze table in front of him. As the contents of the notebook were very likely problematic, he didn't plan on deciphering the sequence 2 Miracle Invoker Potion formula from it. He only used it as a medium for divination. Right on the heels of that, Klein conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. The original owner of this notebook. Putting down the pen and picking up the paper and notebook, Klein leaned back in his chair and repeated the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a blurry dream. He saw a mountain peak that extended into the clouds, and at the top of the mountain, there was a towering, dilapidated palace that was separated from reality by a transparent boundary. Inside the palace, there were many places where moss and weeds grew. At the very top was a huge stone chair. Its surface was embedded with dim gems and gold, and in the middle were countless transparent maggots that were huddled together. They slowly wriggled and grew wantonly, extending out slippery tentacles covered in patterns. Unlike in the past, Klein saw the monster directly this time and saw his exact appearance. Suddenly, the palace above the gray fog shook violently. Klein's figure flew straight up and was suspended in midair. In the next second, his spirit body collapsed into squirming worms of spirit that crawled on the ground. Sapphira Castle immediately trembled as everything returned to its original state. Klein's spirit body also condensed again. He sat at the fool's seat, rubbed his temples, and smiled bitterly. He smiled bitterly and said, "He really is a half-fool with a uniqueness." After muttering to himself, Klein recalled for a moment. He picked up a pen and recorded the knowledge he had obtained from spying on a mythical creature on a piece of paper. Sequence 2, Miracle Invoker. Main ingredients: one heart of the dark demonic wolf, god of wishes, or another miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic. Supplementary ingredients: 300 milliliters of the dark demonic wolf's blood, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of star. Advancement ritual: let a forgotten piece of history return to the present era. P.S. During this period of time, readers have been sending me private messages, telling me to ignore the comments and to write what I want to write calmly. Actually, I've been very calm the entire time. I didn't panic at all. On the one hand, I was indeed prepared to have my subscriptions drop by a lot. I seriously wanted to write this scene and the reveal scene. On the other hand, it was also to thank everyone for not forgetting to subscribe automatically while I was fattening up. Not only did my subscriptions not drop, they increased. To be honest, if I were to see such a plot myself, I would first take a break and read it in one go. To my surprise, during this period of time, the subscriptions were maintained at around 53,000. This was a rather high standard. After summoning Zeratul, it kept rising. The 2 chapters of Chernobyl and Lil Kuz Suicide broke 60,000 subscriptions in 24 hours. It's also considered a record on the Qidian platform. Yes, to me, the most important thing isn't the data, but to verify some of my ideas regarding creation. At the very least, my understanding of a certain branch of the plot's tension doesn't seem to be wrong. Chapter 1201. To let a forgotten piece of history return to the present era. Return, not reappear. The meaning of the two are completely different. It's not that I can complete the ritual by writing the true history of the 4th epoch or the 3rd epoch and spreading it. Klein's right hand, which was holding the fountain pen, paused as he instinctively analyzed the contents of the miracle invoker potion. After some thought, he found something that perfectly matched the requirements of the ritual. It was to let the people of the City of Silver escape the forsaken land of the gods and return to the northern and southern continents, allowing the history that had been lost for 2,000 to 3,000 years to descend into the present era. This isn't as easy as evading Amon's pursuit. The only way to leave the forsaken land of the gods is to enter the giant king's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasra is sleeping. This is the negative personality of the ancient sun god. He's ranked first among the kings of angels, and he's known as the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven. He might even be stronger than the current Amon. Furthermore, his current state has received the attention of the various deities. Yes, it's better than escaping Amon's control. I can make sufficient preparations in advance. Klein slowly exhaled, feeling that the ritual still had a certain chance of success. In fact, he knew very well that even without him, the City of Silver would still attempt to open the door to the Giant King's residence time and time again to find a way to leave this forsaken land. Like a moth that had seen a flame, they would not rest until they were dead. No matter what, with my participation, the chances of success will definitely be higher than now. Klein subconsciously wanted to lure Amon over when he opened the door to the Dark Angel's slumber and create chaos to offset the damage brought about by the Dark Angel's awakening. This was a tactic he was rather familiar with. However, he ultimately rejected this idea because it was too dangerous. After spending some time with Amon and truly seeing the level of a king of angels, Klein instinctively feared these terrifying existences. He no longer had the thought of using the conflict between them to create chaos. Just their existence alone could bring unbearable damage to the surrounding Beyonders and the entire region. Under such circumstances, trying to rely on them to create a chaotic situation was no longer comparable to walking on the edge of the abyss. If one wasn't careful, they would slip down. Without the determination to fall into the abyss and fall into eternal hell, it was best not to attempt it. Unless there was really no other way, even escaping was an extravagant hope. Klein did not want to make similar attempts again. Indeed, a portion of a miracle invoker's beyonder powers comes from history. That's why there's such a ritual requirement. How do the other scholars of your complete it? Klein looked at the parchment spread out on the long bronze table and thought of a possible solution from another perspective. If it were me, I could only think of a way to isolate some people and some history from reality until they have been forgotten. Only then would I let them return to the current era. This might take 300 years, 500 years, or even longer. This is really an evil act. Haha, somehow it reminds me of the peach blossom spring. After this consideration, Klein believed that the difficulty of this ritual for the other scholars of yore was still whether their lives could last until the end. Furthermore, there were too many accidents that could break the isolation. The forsaken land of the gods has perfectly resolved these difficulties, but it has brought about even greater difficulties. Dark Angel Sasrar. What's the state of this heaven's deputy? Is it related to the ancient sun god's resurrection arrangements? The level involved has already reached the ceiling of this world. Why am I always involved in such matters? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He could roughly guess that this was due to the influence of fate brought about by Sapphira Castle. After all, even blasphemer Amon wasn't willing to bear such a fate. Reining in his thoughts, Klein returned his attention to the miracle invoker potion formula itself. The Worm of Star is from the Apprentice Pathway? The supplementary ingredients include high-end spirituality ingredients from 3 similar pathways. I've already turned the Worm of Time into a Fate Siphon charm, so there's no way to restore it. I'll get Leonard's grandpa to lend me another one? How can it be called lending? I'm planning on using the upgraded yesterday, once more charm to exchange for it. Where can I find a Worm of Star? There aren't many demigods of the Apprentice Pathway in the real world. The Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets Boot is? However, I'm in the forsaken land of the gods, so I can't deal with him. I can only seek Hermit and Queen Mystic's help. At the same time, I have to urge Miss Magicians to quickly become a traveler. Yes, I'll get her to ask her teacher where I can find a Worm of Star. There's actually only one main ingredient. It's either the dark demonic wolf's heart or the Beyonder characteristics produced by other miracle invokers. It's no longer 2 in 1. Yes, that is to say that at this level there are very few scattered characteristics. They have already completed a certain level of convergence. The dark demonic wolf is also known as the god of wishes. It's a standard angel, a subsidiary god. If I can't find any ingredients that I can use, wouldn't I have to slay a god? The angel level can already be considered a hidden existence. It's fundamentally different from a sequence 3. Just thinking about it makes me feel scared. Klein listed the helpers he could get and felt a lot more at ease. He felt like he owed enough and had nothing to fear. He raised his right hand that was holding a fountain pen and continued recording the knowledge he had previously obtained. Most of it was something he already knew, so he treated it as a memory. Finally, Klein wrote an incomplete piece of information in the corner of the goatskin. Sequence 1. Attendant of Mysteries. Main ingredient. 1 Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic. This piece of information meant that it was difficult to obtain a sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic through other means. He could only choose 1 out of 3. One is with the half-fool on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. It's with the uniqueness. Another is with Zeradol. According to what Leonard said, the true creator has clues. Where could it be? By the way, the northern city ruin, Noise, where Little Sun and company hunted shapeshifters, seems to have high-level existences of the seer pathway hiding there. I wonder if it corresponds to a miracle invoker or an attendant of mysteries. Klein gradually had an idea. He planned on heading to the ancient city of Noise to do a preliminary exploration after successfully reviving and escaping from Amon. After digesting the knowledge he had just obtained, Klein summoned his golden pocket watch from the junk pile and opened it to determine the time. Before destroying the Blood Emperor ruin, he had sacrificed many of the items he had used in battle above the gray fog to prevent them from being damaged. However, even so, after the previous battle and his final suicide, he had still lost quite a bit. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable items. Just the thought of it made him nearly lose control. Gu Rozel's Travels, Death Knell, Creeping Hunger, Fate Siphon Charm, Flaring Sun Charm, Control Spirit Bullet, Marionette Konas and his equipment, Marionette Anuni and his 2 rings, Adventurer's Harmonica. I can't think any further. Thankfully, Aztec's copper whistle had been thrown above the gray fog previously. Thankfully, I can still summon the historical void projections of these items. They're just accompanying me in a different form. Gu Rozel's Travels might not work. The corners of Klein's forehead twitched as he unconsciously felt heavy. He sighed and seriously mourned these items, especially the mystical item that had accompanied him for a long time. Creeping Hunger. After a long silence, Klein forced his attention back to the present. As he waited for Tarot to be summoned, he casually thought about the ancient sun god, Chernobyl, and other matters. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Since this is my homeworld, and there have never been any transmigrators, they are all ancient humans that were released by Sapphira Castle. Then, are there similar existences in places like the Chaos Sea? Has Chernobyl been transformed into a sanctuary? According to what Amon said and the scenes I saw from my divination, the ancient sun god did awaken in Chernobyl. Then, is he a transmigrator released by Sapphira Castle, or a survivor of the sanctuary? If it's the latter, who's the person inside the 3rd cocoon? With this in mind, Klein was alarmed as his pupils dilated slightly. He already had a guess about the origins of the elves. It likely had nothing to do with Sapphira Castle. This way, he had yet to find the correct identity of the 3rd, or rather, the 1st transmigrator. This transmigrator didn't seem to have left any traces in history. Without any hesitation, Klein's consciousness sank into the grayish-white fog. With the power of Sapphira Castle, he directly arrived at a rather early period of history. There were many fragments of light there. The clearest one was Zhou Mingrue, who was wrapped in a transparent cocoon hanging above the door of light. And beside Zhou Mingrue, due to Klein's understanding of Rozel, the corresponding fog of history was instantly lit up. He directly saw a young man hanging in a cocoon with his eyes tightly shut. Without any need to verify it, Klein confirmed that this was Rosel Gustav's predecessor, Huang Tao, through the sense of familiarity and spiritual intuition. Without the time to admire the Emperor's true appearance, Klein turned his gaze to the other side. There was a transparent cocoon gently swaying there, and the figure inside was faintly discernible. As Klein had already seen the other hanged people, many fragments of light lit up in the fog of history. They intertwined and stimulated each other, making the unclear area barely visible. The figure inside was clearly a woman. Klein's heart stirred as he realized that he had missed out on a direction when analyzing the transmigrator. A transmigrator had a subjective consciousness. They could completely restrain themselves and not leave any traces that transcended the era, but there was one thing that couldn't be avoided. Clearly, Sapphira Castle was related to the 3 pathways of seer, apprentice, and marauder. After a transmigrator was born, he would definitely quickly form a connection with one of these 3 pathways. Not only had Klein been embroiled in the case brought about by the Antigonus family's notebook, but he also quickly had the chance to choose the seer potion. Rosel's active Einitas had the existence of the secret order, and he had long known Zeradal. According to this logic, the ancient sun god, who had the authority of marauder, was indeed one of the reasonable suspects. Klein immediately conjured a pen and paper, and began to list the corresponding names he knew. For example, in the 4th epoch, the Antigonus family, the Zeradal family, and certain people from the house of Abraham, as well as the kings of angels around the ancient sun god. Before long, Klein's gaze stopped on a few names. The one in front was the ancient god, Phlegria, who clearly had the authority of seer. Behind him were his subsidiary gods, god of the dead, Salinger, and goddess of misfortune, Ammonises. The latter was now called the Evernight goddess. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1202. Klein stared at the goatskin in front of him and didn't move for a long time. After a while, he patted the edge of the long mottled table with his palm, making all the items he conjured disappear. Summoning his golden pocket watch, he opened it and took a look. Klein pinched a message to Little Son, telling him to prepare to participate in the tarot gathering. About 1,000 heartbeats later, dark red beams of light rose from both sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures on different high-backed chairs. Without any pause, all the tarot members cast their gazes at the figure shrouded in grayish-white fog sitting at the very top. Seeing that Mr. Fool wasn't wearing a monocle, Leonard heaved a long sigh of relief inwardly. Then, he turned around and looked at the bottom of the long mottled table to confirm the situation of World Klein Moretti. Similar to him, Catlia, Audrey, and Magician's Furs instinctively turned their attention to World German Sparrow after seeing Mr. Fool. One of them knew that the world was in a dangerous situation and could only seek Mr. Fool's protection. The other didn't receive any feedback for 2 days and suspected that German Sparrow had really been embroiled in the matter of George III and that something had happened to him. The other knew that the matter of George III contained a huge risk, and she was a little worried that Mr. World would suffer serious injuries. Seeing that World German Sparrow was unscathed without any abnormalities, Audrey retracted her gaze, lifted her skirt, and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." With the situation of the world turning even more chaotic, the fact that tarot was still able to maintain its original appearance comforted her and made her feel much better. After the tarot members finished bowing along with Miss Justice, the Fool Klein nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he slowly surveyed the area and chuckled. "You are very concerned about whether the tarot operation will proceed as planned." Upon hearing this, the hanging man Alger's heart raced, and he seemed to hear thumping sounds. Without a doubt, he believed that Mr. Fool was referring to him and was giving him a relatively gentle knock on the head. In other words, he was given a chance to repent. Alger lowered his head and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. "We are not pious enough and think too much. Why is Mr. the Hanging Man apologizing on my behalf?" Magician's Furs, who had instructed Zio to ask Mr. Fool if tarot had convened as scheduled, was taken aback. She gave up on thinking and turned to the end of the long bronze table. "We are not pious enough and think too much. So I'm not the only one who has been praying to Mr. Fool over the past few days." Mr. the Hanging Man said that he was thinking too much because the possibility of the tarot being cancelled made him have some unnecessary guesses? But Furs shouldn't have thought of this. Audrey looked across her and then to her side as she came to a realization. The Fool Klein nodded and surveyed the area again. "Such concern is considered normal." He then smiled and sighed. "I've been using the world's body to play a game with Amon in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Thankfully, I didn't miss the tarot operation." Every word he said was the truth, but the information others deciphered would definitely be far from the actual situation. This way, even if Amon released the news that the World German Sparrow was equivalent to the Fool, the members of the tarot would only scoff at Amon for trying to deceive them again. During that period of time, the world was equivalent to the Fool, but it didn't mean that the world had always been equivalent to the Fool. A portion of the truth was actually equivalent to a lie. Playing a game with Amon. Old Man's guess was really accurate. Mr. Fool had deliberately used Klein to bait blasphemer Amon. From the looks of the present situation, he has obtained a rather satisfactory outcome and made Amon suffer greatly. Leonard, who had long guessed it, felt that this was completely in line with his expectations. He didn't doubt Mr. Fool's words at all. Mr. Fool didn't reply for 15 minutes because he happened to be at a critical moment in his battle with Amon? He has already recovered to such an extent? Audrey was pleasantly surprised when she heard that. For some baffling reason, she felt a strong sense of honor. The hanging man Alger could also tell from Mr. Fool's words that he had recovered further and was actually able to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with a king of angels. This made him increasingly vexed over why he had suspicions and wanted to probe him. Mr. Fool hinted in advance that the tarot might be cancelled because he had long predicted that there would be a conflict with Amon. It's even to the extent that he took the initiative to dig a trap for Amon. Alger instantly thought of many things and felt that there was no way he could hide his thoughts in front of such a high-level existence. He warned himself once again, I can't do something like this again in the future. So Mr. World didn't give any feedback, because he was used by Mr. Fool to fight Amon. That king of angels, Amon, is really powerful. He actually needed Mr. Fool to take action personally. Magicians Furs and Zio exchanged looks, no longer having any doubts about the previous question. Katlia roughly understood the reason for the world's German sparrow's disappearance. She also guessed that a messenger with a contractual connection was likely unable to enter the forsaken land of the gods. At the same time, she was secretly surprised that a king of angels had appeared on the stage of this era. She felt that this was one of the signs of the apocalypse in the prophecy. Emlyn didn't know what had happened during this period of time, as he looked at everyone in a daze. For some baffling reason, he had the feeling that he had been locked behind Cheney's gate for more than a week or two. Perhaps it had already been a month or two, causing him to have the illusion that he was out of touch with the current situation. Mr. World has come to the forsaken land of the gods. Mr. Fool used his body to fight that terrifying Amon? Sun was first shocked before he felt a strong sense of joy. This meant that the City of Silver's subsequent explorations would receive powerful help. He immediately looked towards the end of the long bronze table and blurted out, Honorable Mr. Fool, the chief wishes to receive your blessing during the ritual. Do you agree? Klein had long learned of this matter from his prayers. He nodded slightly and said, Sure. After receiving the promise, Sun couldn't help but smile. He was momentarily at a loss for words to express his gratitude. After 2 seconds, he lowered his head and said loudly, I only believe in Mr. Fool. The Fool Klein nodded and turned to look at Ma-am Hermit. What's the problem this time? The Queen's letter didn't say anything. Katlia was taken aback as she decided to first ask something she wanted to know. After all, there were still many questions left. She deliberated for 2 seconds. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the truth behind George III's death? Just as the hermit said that, Audrey and the others perked up as they focused their attention. This was exactly what they wanted to know. Regarding this, Leonard already had a certain level of understanding. He was more concerned about the deeper reason behind this incident. And among the members sitting in the tarot, the only one who was more confused was Emlyn. His mind was filled with thoughts like, what happened? He hadn't even read the newspapers recently, so he didn't know that King George III had been assassinated. As for Sun, although he didn't know how George III had died, he didn't care at all. The Fool Klein smiled and said calmly, George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. For this, he excavated the Tudor ruins, engaged in human trafficking, and created the Great Smog of Bakeland. He took the initiative to start a war, allowing the Fasak airships to bombard Bakeland. Unfortunately, he failed in his final ritual, and the secret mausoleum he needed was destroyed. He described the whole story in the plainest tone possible, not mentioning what he had done at all. It would be too degrading for Mr. Fool to take the initiative to explain the situation. The Great Smog of Bakeland. The airship attack. This was all done by George III to become a god? Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she instantly recalled the two matters she had personally experienced. Suddenly, she understood why the world, German Sparrow, wanted to stop George III from becoming a god. She knew that he was a gentleman with a gentle and loving heart. He definitely wouldn't let off the culprit behind these two tragedies. If it were me, I would also want to do so, but I would hesitate and be stopped by the possible negative developments. As for Mr. World, he is firm and decisive. This is a matter that involves a deity. Yes, there should be Mr. Fool's will in this as well. Audrey looked at the World, German Sparrow, who was sitting silently at the bottom of the long, mottled table. She nodded slightly to express her agreement. Black Emperor. George III wants to become a god? This. Yes, one of Mr. Fool's cards of blasphemy is the Black Emperor. German Sparrow had previously been investigating the Great Smog and human trafficking. Indeed, all of these can be strung together. There's actually such a secret hidden behind them. From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's goal has been achieved. His plan has succeeded. Therefore, he has further awakened and can face a king of angels head-on. The more Alger thought about it, the more fearful and spirited he became. He felt that even though he knew some clues ahead of time, he was completely unable to see through Mr. Fool's plans. Amidst the shock of the star Leonard, Magician's Furs, and the other tarot members, the hermit Catlia, who had a premonition of this, suppressed the waves in her heart and decided to use another question. Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the attitude of the 7 deities towards this? P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1203. Good question. The Fool Klein praised inwardly as he expressed the Red Angel Evil Spirit's explanation in his own words. The 7 deities all wish for a Black Emperor, but they don't have a unified opinion on who should be the Black Emperor. When George III successfully obtained that ticket through secret preparations, the 7 deities could only tacitly agree to it, regardless of whether he acknowledged him. Is that so? Apart from the absent Emlyn and Son, the other tarot members came to a realization. They roughly understood the contradictory behavior of the churches regarding the Great Smog of Bakeland, the Fasak airship attack, and the assassination of George III. Immediately following that, a question arose in their minds. Since George III had already made preparations and had reached the final step of the ritual, and had obtained the tacit approval of the 7 deities, why did he still fail? They immediately thought of an answer. Because Mr. Fool didn't agree. The church probably didn't seriously stop the destruction of George III Black Emperor ritual. Perhaps they even provided some help to Mr. Fool's subordinates. Did the Church of the Storm use this chaos to secretly do something? No, they probably wouldn't do too much to hide it. Leonard recalled the various details he had previously sensed and had a general grasp of this matter. The 7 deities tacitly agreed. Mr. Fool voted against it and sent the World and other blessed to secretly destroy George III apotheosis ritual. But what does this have to do with the Queen? Why did she discover that German Sparrow had disappeared? Black Emperor. The Queen might have participated in the operation, led by Mr. Fool, and later discovered that her collaborator had disappeared. Catlia used her rich knowledge and experience to make a guess at the truth of the matter. And only at this moment did Emlyn connect the dots that he had just discussed and understand what had happened to the situation outside while he was locked up for protection. George III had plotted to become a god and had obtained the tacit approval of the 7 deities. In the end, Mr. Fool had sent a blessed to destroy the ritual and perish on the spot. Seeing that everyone was silent, the Fool Klein looked at the hermit Catlia. Any other questions? Not this time. Catlia lowered her head even more. She was even more in awe of the great being at the end of the long bronze table than before. Although she had long known that Mr. Fool had the 3 angels, Snake of Fate, Death Consul, and Ancient Bane, under him, as well as secretly controlling the life school of thought, she never expected that Mr. Fool would have the power to destroy a king's apotheosis ritual in the real world. Furthermore, he had foiled the schemes of a king of angels, the son of the Creator. Mr. Fool's hidden forces are even more exaggerated than I imagined. What use do we, the tarot members, have to him? The power behind it? His own growth? Or was it just a backup plan? Katlia instantly thought of many things. She momentarily forgot that she was already a Sequence 4 demigod. No matter which organization she was in, she would be considered a member of the upper echelons. Just the things that Mr. Fool has shown are enough to make a saint lack confidence. Audrey only needed a glance to read Hermit's mental state. At this moment, the Fool Klein nodded. You may begin. Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately turned to the bottom of the long, mottled table and said to the world, How's your situation now? Magician's Furs, Judgment Zio, Audrey, and the other tarot members also cast their gazes over, expressing their concern for the world, German Sparrow's situation. From their point of view, Mr. World, who was sandwiched between Mr. Fool and Angel of Time Amon as a tool of war, wasn't in a good situation. He was already considered lucky to be alive. Sensing the concern, Klein controlled the fake world and chuckled hoarsely. It's not too bad, but it's not too good either. Thanks to Mr. Fool's blessings, I finally obtained a certain secret from Amon, but I haven't completely escaped from him. Without waiting for the others to react, he continued, You're right. I'm now in a rather troublesome predicament. I relied on Mr. Fool's powers to enter a certain concealed state and temporarily escaped from Amon. However, if I were to dispel this state and return to reality, I can only appear where my original body is, and Amon might very well still be lingering nearby. I want to try to find a solution first. I wonder if any of you have any objections? On the surface, German Sparrow's meaning was very clear. He wanted to rely on himself first, and if it really didn't work out, he would seek help from Mr. Fool. And his actual meaning was essentially the same: first find a way to bypass the restrictions. If it really didn't work out, consider surviving as an undead. Solution? The Hanging Man Alger and company suddenly felt a little excited, because the suggestions they provided would be used to fight against a king of angels. If they were to be used and used, it would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Audrey was just about to say something in excitement, but just as she was about to say it, she shrank it back. This was because she knew that she couldn't give random suggestions. It might cause Mr. World to be captured by Amon. Zio thought about it seriously and realized that she couldn't give any useful suggestions. All she could do was choose to watch and learn from the sidelines. Does it have to be where your original body is? Do you have any blood or hair stored elsewhere? The Hanging Man Alger thought for a moment and gave a suggestion in the form of a question. The Fool Klein thought for a moment and made the fake world shake his head. No. Compared to his original body, 1 or 2 vials of blood was too little. With this in mind, Klein suddenly had an idea. Perhaps I can use those 2 vials of blood as materials and combine them with something else, using the life alchemy method to create a new body. There are 2 problems. First, life alchemy requires the participation of a spirit body. Otherwise, the final product might not be considered my body. Second, I don't know any demigods who can complete life alchemy. The only one who's close to it is Frank Lee. In the end, I became a mushroom man? Then, it's better for me to be an undead. As Klein thought about it, he nearly shivered. After the Hanged Man's suggestion was rejected, Katlia began from her knowledge of mysticism and deliberated as she asked, What's the matter? Do you have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact? Why do you ask? The World German Sparrow returned with a question. A Sequence 3 sealed artifact can respond to prayers within a certain range. You can make use of this, Katlia explained simply. Klein roughly understood what was on Hermit's mind. Are you talking about descent? Yes, get someone to set up a descent ritual at the periphery of the range, and you should be able to respond while in a concealed state. Katlia first glanced at Sun and described the exact plan before asking in enlightenment, Do you really have a Sequence 3 sealed artifact? She had originally wanted to get the world to seek Mr. Fool's bestowment. I'm already at Sequence 3, Klein controlled the fake world and gave a brief answer. The tarot members were rendered speechless. They knew very well that Mr. World had advanced to sequence 4 at the end of June and become a demigod. And now it was December of the same year. The Queen once said that I used the blood of the snake of fate to advance, making it easier for me to become a sequence 3 clairvoyant than others. Besides, the tarot has given me a lot of precious mysticism knowledge, allowing me to digest the potion to a large extent. But even so, I still need more than half a year before I have a chance of reaching sequence 3. Catlia subconsciously looked around and realized that the other tarot members were in a half-numb and half-envious state. She sighed silently. "Is my suggestion useful, Mr. World?" The World German Sparrow shook his head. In that state there's a great limit to responding. Once he chose to descend, it meant that he would have to start his life as an undead, no, as a ghost. Perhaps I can combine the two methods. Yes, I can use the method of praying to the Fool, sea god, or magic protector to descend to leave the forsaken land of the gods, but there's no rush. It's too easy to expose the truth. The Fool Klein thoughtfully made World look at Leonard. Leonard instantly understood what he meant and replied, "Yes. I'll go back and look through the information to see if there are any other ideas." Obviously, his real intention was to go back and ask the old man. The old man was an angel who had a considerable understanding of Amon. Maybe he could come up with a suggestion that no one else could think of. This was the answer Klein wanted. Following that, he made the World's German Sparrow say, "All right." The discussion of escaping came to an end for the time being. The World's German Sparrow looked at Magician's furs. "Help me ask the House of Abraham if there are any worms of star that haven't completely lost their spirituality. If there are, what do I need to exchange for them?" Worms of star were high-level spirituality materials. Most of the time, they didn't contain any beyonder characteristic. Therefore, their spirituality would experience an irreversible loss. Without any special means, it was difficult to preserve them for too long. Worms of star. Magician's Furs was taken aback for a moment before nodding. "All right." After receiving a reply, Klein made the World cast his gaze at Catlia. "If Miss Magicians isn't able to trade for a worm of star from the House of Abraham, I would like to entrust you with a mission." "What mission?" Catlia asked with interest. The World's German Sparrow smiled. "Hunting the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Buddhas. 9 Heavens Divine Emperors." Chapter 1204. Aurora Order Saint of Secrets Buddhas. Mr. World wants to hunt him? Magician's Furs' first reaction was that she had heard wrongly. After all, German Sparrow had nothing to do with the Saint of Secrets. However, she quickly thought of the thing called the Worm of Star that was just mentioned, and she had a rough guess. This made her suddenly feel excited and agitated. This was because she also wanted to hunt the Saint of Secrets Buddhas to avenge her teacher's family. However, due to her low strength and her inability to produce sufficient remuneration, she had always suppressed this thought to the bottom of her heart. Although it sounds like Mr. World doesn't plan on taking action personally, Ma-Am Hermit is also a sequence 4 demigod. Furthermore, she has the support of Queen Mystic. I can provide as much help as I can within my capabilities. As her thoughts raced, Furs cast her gaze at the hermit beside her, waiting for her reply. Catlia thought for a moment and said, "Buddhas might very well be a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very likely that Bodhi's is a saint of the apprentice pathway. It's very difficult to hunt him. Furthermore, he has Rose Redemption backing him, as well as the true Creator's blessings. At my current level, it's almost impossible for me to complete this mission by myself. You can seek Queen Mystic's help. I will also arrange for other collaborators for you." Klein made World German Sparrow reply in a low and hoarse voice. "The remuneration is the right to choose the final spoils of war, as well as mysticism knowledge that will allow you to digest the potion within this year." It's December now. Catlia's heart palpitated when she heard that. She deliberated and said, "When the time comes, I will attempt to do it, but I can't guarantee success. No matter how difficult the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets was, it wasn't as dangerous as accepting the hidden sage's indoctrination. And from the latter, she might not be able to obtain mysticism knowledge that could aid in digestion. There was a high chance that it would be related to mathematics, machinery, or literature. No problem. As long as you do it seriously, I will give you some mysticism knowledge as compensation even if you ultimately fail. World German Sparrow nodded and confirmed the deal. At this moment, Magician's Furs finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Mr. World, am Hermit, can I join this mission? I might be able to help. I would have looked for you even if you didn't tell me. The fool Klein chuckled inwardly and made the fake World nod slightly. There's a place for you among the collaborators for this mission. Furs wasn't surprised at all as she asked curiously, "What's wrong? What can I do? What do you need me to do?" German Sparrow replied in an extremely calm tone, "Bait." Furs opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't say anything. She felt like she knew this would happen. The World German Sparrow continued, "Similarly, you also have the right to choose the spoils of war, but you will be ranked behind am Hermit. Also, during this period of time, I can help you record beyonder powers such as traveling." Furs didn't have any extravagant hopes of a reward. Her greatest reward was to successfully exact her revenge. She might even receive additional rewards from her teacher in the future. Without any hesitation, she nodded. Without any hesitation, she nodded and said, "All right." The World German Sparrow then cast his gaze at Miss Justice. "How's the digestion of your Dreamwalker potion?" Thanks to the adventure in Roselle's travels and her persistence in acting during this period of time, Audrey quickly digested the potion. Her eyes darted around slightly as she recalled. "I've long concluded the principles of acting. In another 2 to 3 months I should be able to completely digest it." "It's a little slow," Klein mumbled inwardly as he made the World German Sparrow say, "I've already concluded the principles of acting. Create more opportunities to act. If you can finish digesting the potion before am Hermit takes action against the Saint of Secrets Buddhas, I can give you Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic in advance so that you can cooperate with her." To Klein, he would be staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a very long period of time. Most of the matters in the outside world could only be interfered with by the tarot members. Allowing them to quickly increase their strength was also a form of help to him. Furthermore, he wasn't directly giving it to her. The difficulty of the mission of hunting the Saint of Secrets Buddhas was just as Katlia had said. It was rather high. All right. Audrey was vexed over how she was going to accumulate contributions from Mr. World when she heard the news. Naturally, she didn't hesitate to agree. In her heart, the members of the Aurora Order were lunatics and vandals. There was no need to find a reason to deal with them. In addition, Audrey had previously been vexed over her lack of combat experience as a Beyonder. This gave her an opportunity. Although it was rather dangerous, it was also an opportunity. German Sparrow sure is generous. Helping a mysticologist digest the knowledge of the potion and a sequence 4 demigod characteristic. This shouldn't be just for the Worm of Star. That sounds like a supplementary ingredient. He's helping the tarot members advance as quickly as possible according to Mr. Fool's will so that they can be of use in the future? The hanging man Alger listened to the conversation between the World and the other members and vaguely grasped the truth. This left him rather vexed. He suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't pious enough and had other thoughts, making him do something foolish to test Mr. Fool, he would have been given a mission to help him push open the door to godhood. At this moment, Audrey, who had agreed to the mission, glanced at the magicians and smiled. "I'm looking forward to the fact that the House of Abraham doesn't have a Worm of Star." "Me too." Magician's Furs nodded seriously, indicating that she had the same thoughts. Seeing that the World and German Sparrow had finished speaking, Katlia thought for a moment and looked at Judgment. Do you wish to join this mission? Do some peripheral intelligence gathering. The abilities you previously displayed in this aspect left a deep impression on me. Even without Hermit's invitation, Zaya wouldn't not help her friend when the time came. She nodded gently and said, "If the operation is in Bakeland, I won't have a problem. If it's somewhere else, my usefulness will be reduced." A sheriff was always linked to their jurisdiction. The more familiar a place was, the more they could perform. Once they exceeded their range, they could only rely on their beyonder powers. Your reward is to be the third to choose the spoils of war. Katlia looked at the star again. If there's a need, I hope you can allow the official factions to appear at the appropriate moment. Leonard chuckled. I hope you don't have to go that far. My reward is also a spoil of war, right? If I hadn't invited my dear poet classmate at the end, the mission to hunt the Saint of Secrets would have turned into a gathering for the female members of the tarot. The fool Klein muttered inwardly as he got the world and German sparrow to finalize the matter. All that was left was to wait for the House of Abraham's feedback. Following that, the hanging man Alger and son Derek reached an agreement on the rental of the unshadowed crucifix. Just as they entered the free exchange segment, Emlyn couldn't help but look at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you give me a hint on how to escape the protective custody? The fool Klein, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog, nodded slightly and said simply, This week. This week. His answer was very confident, but it wasn't a prophecy, but a judgment of the current situation. The current situation was that Fasak and Intis were attacking Rouen, while Fainapotter was attacking Rouen's allies, Lemberg, Mason, and other places. The three churches definitely didn't wish to suffer the destruction of the Sanguine in addition to their existing enemies. Therefore, Emlyn would soon be released, and it was hard to say for Father Utravsky. Similarly, the Sanguine's focus had definitely shifted to the world's situation. They wouldn't have the motivation to continue probing Emlyn's other companions. In addition, in the past 2 days, the person with the most forced reason for praying was Emlyn White. Klein suspected that a large part of the reason why he had been locked up in St. Samuel Cathedral's basement was to make it easier for the goddess to exert her influence. Now that the matter was over, he was no longer of any use. Combining these three factors, it wasn't difficult to conclude that it wouldn't take long for Emlyn to regain his freedom. The only exception was that this fellow had really been forgotten. Be it the Church of Evernight or the Sanguine, they had forgotten that such a fellow was locked behind Cheney's gate. If that was the case, Klein would get Leonard to provide help when the time came. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At the end of the free exchange, the world's German sparrow suddenly looked at the hanging man. You said that you've already reached Sonia Island and are in the primitive forest? Yes, the hanging man Alger replied in puzzlement. German sparrow pondered for a moment and said, You can try to find the elven ruins. You can try to find some elven ruins. Maybe you'll find something extra. The hanging man Alger suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the scene he had seen in his dream. He nodded thoughtfully and said, All right. After another round of conversation, the tarot gathering came to an end. Audrey and company stood up, bowed, and left the world above the gray fog. After returning to his body, Leonard immediately lowered his voice and described Klein's predicament. Finally, he said, Old man, do you have any good suggestions? My suggestion? It's better to seek the fool's help, Pallas Zoroast answered without any hesitation. Leonard coughed lightly. Don't you want to take this opportunity to make things difficult for Amon? Chapter 1205. Make things difficult for Amon? Pallas Zoroast snorted. What's in it? If not, then forget it. Leonard was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds he said, At least it will make you feel better. Pallas chuckled. If you don't mention this topic, I'll feel better. Without waiting for Leonard's response, the Marauder Pathways sequence, one angel sighed with a slightly aged voice. Doesn't your former colleague have a deception charm? Maybe we can think of something from this. After wiping out Bakelin's avatar, Pallas passed the godhood symbols and magic labels for the 4 charms: deception, parasite, deprivation, and aging, to Klein through Leonard. Klein used this knowledge and the worms of time he obtained to create a deception bullet, parasite bullet, and deprivation bullet. Later, he used them against Kona's Kilgore, but Leonard didn't know about it. Leonard asked thoughtfully in a suppressed voice, "Old man, are you saying that we can mislead Amon with the help of the deception charm and make him misjudge the location so that he can't affect Klein's escape?" In his mind, Pallas Zoroast replied in annoyance, "That's right. Do you think it's possible to use a deceit charm in front of a marauder pathway king of angels?" "That's not possible." Leonard laughed dryly and asked shamelessly, "Then what do you mean?" Pallas Zoroast's voice suddenly became more spirited. "The rule that deception can only return to the original location of the body." "The deception rule? You can do that too?" Leonard asked in shock. Pallas gave a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. "Compared to deceiving Amon, deceiving the laws is much easier. After all, the bottom of the world is crazy and chaotic." These words left Leonard momentarily speechless. On the one hand, he was not knowledgeable enough to know that rules and patterns could also be deceived. On the other hand, he did not expect that in the old man's heart, Amon was more terrifying than the laws of nature and the laws of the world. After nearly 10 seconds, he spoke again. "What are the chances of success if we use this method?" "Very, very low. However, Amon's avatar contains a deceit charm made from a worm of time. The probability of it being able to deceive such a pattern is very, very low. Therefore, my suggestion is still the same. Get him to seek the fool's help. Don't waste time. In a confrontation with Amon, the longer this drags on, the more dangerous it will be." Leonard pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I understand. I'll advise him to do the same." Of course, he would not forget to mention the method given by the old man that had a low possibility of success. "It's good that you understand." Seriously, to disturb an old man's reading. As Pallas mumbled, his voice gradually softened and vanished from Leonard's mind. 7 Pinster Street. The newspaper on the coffee table suddenly flew up and unfurled itself in front of the sofa. Using a deceit charm to deceive the rule that one can only resurrect in the area around their original body? Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein used his own words to reconstruct Pallas Zoroast's suggestion. Just as he said that, he recalled the leather lantern that had been lit for a long time. Amon had deceived the laws of nature, allowing the candle to be in a magical state. It didn't need any fuel to light up for an entire week. Klein's eyes lit up as he muttered, "That's right. This train of thought is really something that only an angel of the marauder pathway can think of immediately. It might not be impossible." Similar to Pallas, he also felt that compared to dealing with Amon, it was much easier to deal with the laws of nature. After seeing Hope, Klein immediately analyzed the feasibility of the plan. "Although I've already used up that deceit bullet, I can summon it from the historical void. In any case, before the effects end, I'll definitely reassemble my body and successfully resurrect. The laws of nature are really pitiful. Not only was it deceived, but even the item used to deceive it is fake. The only problem is that the bullet might not be able to deceive the laws of mysticism." Back then, it was a little difficult to deal with Kona's Kilgore. Amidst his thoughts, Klein slowly surveyed his surroundings and gradually gained inspiration. That was to use Sapphira Castle. After gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, he could already mobilize the power of a sequence 2 angel here. And many of the things he had come into contact with previously indicated that Sapphira Castle had a high chance of crossing the 3 pathways of seer, apprentice, and marauder. It could produce a convergence effect on the corresponding beyonders, and it had clearly attracted the coveting of Amon. In other words, Klein suspected that Sapphira Castle had the power of these three pathways at the same time. However, he was a seer, so most of what he could pry open was concentrated in this domain. With the medium of the deceit bullet, I might be able to pry open the other powers of Sapphira Castle. Since I can already use some powers related to miracles in the seer domain, then it's very reasonable to infer that the powers of the Marauder pathway have the might of an angel. The only problem is that I have to have a medium of a sufficient level. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to deceive that law. As he thought about it, Klein's thoughts suddenly became clear as he seriously formulated a detailed plan. He used the mysticism laws as a target and attempted to plan a scam. In order to reduce the difficulty, it's best to have additional preparations. I can't deceive it out of thin air, unless I'm Amon's true body. Yes, I'll bestow a tube of my blood to Little Sun and create a fake resurrection point that exceeds the range. Then, with the deceit bullet as a trigger, I'll push the corresponding angel-level powers contained within Sapphira Castle and mislead the law, making it treat the fake resurrection point as the real resurrection point, and the real resurrection point as the fake resurrection point. The details were outlined bit by bit, and after the idea was finally formed, Klein immediately used the mysticism connection between him and the point of death to observe the exact situation with his true vision. He saw that the grayish-yellow fog had thinned significantly, and the deep ravine that hid Chernobyl hadn't changed at all compared to before. Wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, Amon had stolen a stone from somewhere and placed it at the spot where Klein had passed away. He sat on it and patiently played with a human-skinned glove. He would sometimes bend the fingers of the human-skinned glove, and at other times, he would stretch it as though he could live like this for 100 years. A kilometer or two away, somewhere deep in the grayish-yellow fog, 3 Amons in classic black mage robes were squatting beside a rock, seriously playing poker cards that they had stolen from somewhere. From time to time they would nudge their monocles. In other parts of the desolate wilderness, the Amons were either alone, in groups, leisurely strolling, or writing in deep thought, or discussing all kinds of problems. In the dark and dangerous forsaken land of the gods, this was such a harmonious scene. If it wasn't for the fact that the young men were wearing classic black robes, pointed hats and monocles, with the same black hair, black eyes, wide foreheads and thin faces, it would have been even better. Just as Klein was about to take a closer look, the Amon sitting on the rock suddenly raised his head, nudged the crystal monocle, and looked at him from afar. In the desolate wilderness, all the Amons raised their heads and looked at the highest point of the fog of history. Klein immediately retracted his gaze and severed the connection. City of Silver, Derek Berg arrived at the top of the spire and met Chief Colin Iliad. "Your Excellency, I've already received the promise of blessings," Derek said rather frankly and directly. The grizzled Colin Iliad, who had old scars on his face, heaved a sigh of relief and slowly nodded. "That's good. That's good." In a rare instance, he repeated a sentence. As an excellent demon hunter, as the chief of the City of Silver, he had always been very patient and never took unnecessary risk. Therefore, with the fool suddenly not giving him any feedback, he didn't immediately side with the true creator. He decided to wait patiently for another month. To the City of Silver, which had been waiting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years, a month's wait was completely bearable. Without waiting for Derek to answer, Demon Hunter Colin left the window and said calmly, "Go back first. I'm going to begin preparing for the advancement ritual." Derek glanced at the chief and said sincerely, "Go back first. You'll definitely succeed." He didn't stay any longer and immediately left the spire to return home. After setting up the ritual again and placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures he had hunted in the correct positions, Colin Iliad began concocting the potion. After all of this was done, the City of Silver's chief closed his eyes, lowered his head, and chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck above the gray fog, Klein saw circles of light spread out and heard a slightly illusory prayer. He immediately summoned a paper figurine, fused the power of Sapphira Castle with it, and threw it into the prayer circle of light. He also marked the city of Silver's chief in passing. At the same time, he used the prayer circle of light to observe the entire spire and the entire city of Silver's situation. He confirmed that there weren't any parasites near the chief or Little Sunday. "I have to seize this opportunity." Klein immediately conjured the world, German Sparrow, and made him assume a praying posture. At this moment Colin Iliad saw light. Amidst the holy and clear light, a holy angel with 12 pairs of illusory wings on its back suddenly descended. As the pure white feathers fluttered down, it used its wings of light to envelop the demon hunter. This was a blessing from Mr. Fool. Chapter 1206. Facing the embrace of an angel, Colin Iliad wasn't surprised. He calmly accepted everything, as though he was already prepared. The ritual began. He took a step forward, picked up the silver night potion, and poured it into his mouth. Without a sound, the demon hunter's body swelled up, turning into a grayish-blue giant that was a few meters tall and had a dark crack on its forehead. Every inch of the giant contained an indescribable mystery and terrifying power. Apart from its head, which still retained its human appearance, the rest of its body was close to that of a mythical creature, emitting a strange mental influence. In the next second, Colin Iliad's head seemed to suffer from osteochondrosis. His entire body caved in, and with the dark crack as the core, it slowly squirmed, as though it was about to form a nebula vortex. This pain made the city of Silver's chief, a demon hunter who had killed many powerful creatures, unable to contain himself. He let out a series of extremely chaotic howls that would make an ordinary creature's head split open. If it wasn't for the fact that Colin Iliad had evacuated the people in the spire ahead of time, leaving only the demigod-level weight Chermont to guard the spire to prevent any accidents, many Beyonders would have lost control. The remains of the 6 powerful creatures at different spots in the ritual floated up under the guidance of an invisible force. They circled around the mutating Colin Iliad, and with the help of a mysterious connection, they awakened a portion of the memories of this top demon hunter. It was the experience of hunting a devil. It was the experience of personally ending the former chief's painful attack. It was the life of defeating powerful monsters time and time again. These scenes that manifested in the altar were like paintings. At times they would fuse into Colin Iliad, and at other times they would separate from him. They helped him locate himself, allowing him to maintain a certain degree of lucidity amidst the extreme pain and changes. It was only at this moment that Colin Iliad understood the essence of this ritual. As a sequence 4 demon hunter, the hunt of every powerful creature was a battle that was filled with intense spiritual baptism. It left a deep mark in his life. With the help of these imprints left behind by intense spiritual energy, he was able to locate himself after consuming the potion and not lose himself in pain and madness. This reminded Colin Iliad of a name recorded in some of the books in the City of Silver: Anchor. At sequence 3, one could be considered a deity in a certain sense. They could respond to prayers within a certain range, but they needed a certain anchor. Because he had yet to reach the level of an angel, the anchor might not necessarily be a believer, and could be replaced with other things, such as those bright imprints in his life that had the meaning of mysticism. In his awakened memories, Colin Iliad slowly regained his sense of self. He felt his body again and grasped its changes. Then, layers of wings formed by illusory light grew out of his back. They combined with the surrounding scrolls and kept shrinking inward, collapsing into a solid, gorgeous, and weightless silver armor on the surface of Colin Iliad's body. After a demon hunter advanced to a silver knight, there would be a slight difference due to the different blessed deities. The previous leader of the king's court chasers, Light Slayer Merskogan, had received a blessing from the giant king, so the various aspects of the Silver Knight domain were stronger. Colin Iliad could occasionally condense a silver rapier that could teleport. When attacking, it would produce random, preferred, and unpredictable changes. In addition, when Mercury transformation, he could also obtain a certain uniqueness. As the silver armor finally took form, Colin Iliad completed his advancement. Apart from the fact that he didn't have a vertical eye on his head, he was equivalent to a mythical creature. At this moment, he raised his right hand and waved it to the side. On a small hill outside the City of Silver, a silver beam exploded out of thin air, tearing apart everything around it, splitting the hill into two. During the process of Colin Iliad advancing to Silver Knight, Derek Berg completed the bestowment ritual and received a small metal tube. Seizing the opportunity when the City of Silver's chief created an anomaly and attracted most of the attention, Klein, who was in the ancient palace above the gray fog, suddenly reached out his hand and summoned a bullet and death knell from the historical void. Right on the heels of that, having done a divination ahead of time and confirmed that there weren't any Amon parasites in the large area around Little Sun, he didn't hesitate to open the revolver and stuff the deceit bullet inside. But, with a flick of his right hand, Klein closed the revolver. Then, with the help of mysticism connections, he aimed at the spot where he had died. Bang! He calmly pulled the trigger and fired the only bullet. At the same time, he used this beyonder ability to stir the power of Sapphira Castle purely with his will. The entire gray fog boiled again, and so did the space. A majestic but slightly dark power surged out like a tidal wave, enveloping the bullet and shooting towards the real world. The light in Sapphira Castle suddenly dimmed. Klein suppressed his fear and horror as he held Death Knell's historical projection and simulated the feeling of weightlessness. He jumped towards the crimson star that represented sun and the small tube of his blood. In the desolate wilderness with Chernobyl, the Amons wearing pointed hats looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. They looked at the darkness that even the lightning couldn't illuminate. The Amons nudged their monoculars at the same time and laughed after a moment of silence. "He doesn't seem like someone who can come up with such a method, Pallas." He joined this organization that uses tarot cards as a code name? City of Silver Berg Household. Derek's vision suddenly turned dark, as though the candles in the room had burned out. To the residents of the City of Silver, this wasn't a good thing. Derek's eyes immediately lit up with the radiance that belonged to the sun. At this moment, fragments of light burst out from the deep darkness, like many transparent and wriggling insects. The metal tube that Derek received shattered on its own as bright red blood floated out and floated into the air. It constantly disintegrated and fused with the fragments of light. In just 2 to 3 seconds, these light fragments condensed into one and turned into a huge ball of light. The ball of light stretched and changed, quickly outlining a figure. This figure had a deep outline and a cold and stiff face. He wore a half-top hat and a black coat. He held an iron-black revolver. It was none other than the German Sparrow. Klein had successfully deceived the mysticism laws and completed his resurrection at the fake resurrection point with the help of his blood that he had previously left behind. There was no need for an introduction. Derek had already recognized who the visitor was through that special aura. After a few heartbeats, he instinctively revealed an uncontrollable smile. "Mr. World?" Klein raised his head slightly and looked at Little Sun, who seemed to have grown a little taller. He subconsciously reached out and pressed down on his top hat. He then nodded gently. "I'll be in the forsaken land of the gods during this period of time. However, I have to leave now. I can't lure Amon to the City of Silver. If there's a chance in the future, I'll cooperate with you." Derek understood the meaning behind Mr. World's words and nodded heavily. "All right." Just as Klein raised his right hand and was about to snap his fingers to use Flaming Jump to leave, Derek looked at him and suddenly pointed at the cabinet in the room. "Mr. World, do you need to bring some food? There are mushrooms that can produce milk." Klein controlled himself and didn't let the corners of his mouth twitch. He maintained his cold posture and said, "I don't drink milk." Just as he said that, he snapped his fingers, causing a scarlet flame to soar out of his pocket and envelop him like flowing water. The flames quickly dissipated, and like falling stars, Klein's figure disappeared from Derek Berg's room. Outside the City of Silver, in a deformed forest, flames continuously flickered, extending all the way to the desolate wilderness that led to the north. Only when he was far away from the City of Silver did Klein slow down a little. He summoned a lantern from the historical void and held it in his hand. He had long expected that his resurrection would go so smoothly. This was because once he found the right method, Amon actually couldn't stop it. In the City of Silver, Amon would at most have a few Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 avatars. Klein could use his true vision to find them in advance and eliminate them. And if they could form an avatar at the Sequence 2 level, Klein, who had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and could use the power of an angel, could fight the avatar above the gray fog. Furthermore, he would be in an invincible position where he couldn't be attacked. He had a high chance of repelling the enemy. If Amon moved his true body to the City of Silver, then Klein could choose to resurrect at his original spot of death. Of course, Amon could create an avatar that was almost at the level of a Sequence 1 and send him to the City of Silver. However, under the premise of Beyonder characteristics conservation, how many avatars of this level could he create? There wouldn't be more than 2. As for Klein, he could split the remaining blood into multiple portions and use a bestowment ritual to send them to Mr. the Hanging Man, Ma-Am Hermit, and Leonard. There were too many resurrection spots to choose from, so Amon couldn't guard them all. This was an open plan that relied on his level Beyonder powers and the uniqueness of Sapphira Castle. Before Klein attempted the resurrection, he was already rather certain of the outcome. The only thing he was worried about was that Amon would detect the deception ahead of time and interfere in time, causing the resurrection location to remain unchanged. Fortunately, his divination had confirmed that the danger level wasn't high. This was also one of the reasons why he dared to attempt it. "Phew, I've really escaped from Amon." As he proceeded forward under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein felt the existence of his body and heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, he knew very well that he would encounter the powerful pursuit of Amon's true body and various avatars. Chapter 1207. On the desolate plains that were filled with deep ravines, the Amons stood in different spots. They opened their mouths and chanted in Jotun, the blessed of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle, the mysteries that originate from ancient times, the testimony of a long history, the protector of Bakeland's magic and theater performances, the great German sparrow. These voices were layered as they drilled into the void, seemingly extending into infinity. After about 10 seconds, the Amons adjusted their crystal monocles in different ways and chuckled softly. "You changed so quickly." If German Sparrow was still automatically responding to the honorific name, they could use this to determine his location and take the initiative to create an error to directly appear beside his target. In the deep darkness that was illuminated by lightning from time to time, Klein wore a silk top hat and a tweed coat. With a lantern in hand, he walked north at an unhurried pace along the rather flat terrain. There's the sound of prayer. Amon is using the honorific name of German Sparrow. This means that some of the distance between Amon and me isn't too far. But there aren't any his parasites in the City of Silver. Is it in the surrounding patrol teams, or with creatures I didn't expect? As he walked, Klein suddenly turned his head and listened carefully for a few seconds. Regarding this matter, he was rather glad that he had been cautious enough. He had tacitly agreed to change the honorific name that could automatically respond to him above the gray fog. It went from Protector of Bakeland's magic and theater performances to Protector of all poor children in Bakeland. This came from the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation he had set up. Amon is a cryptologist. He might very well have interpreted this honorific name from the various information on Don Dante's. No, I shouldn't have automatically responded. Klein looked at the dim yellow light emitted by the lantern and quickly made a decision. He made every worm of spirit only listen to the prayers, unable to actively respond unless he obtained the permission of his main body's consciousness. In this way, the frequent prayers would seriously affect his life, but it was not a big problem, because other than Amon who maliciously harassed him, no one would pray to German Sparrow. He did not even spread his honorific name. After settling this matter, Klein thought of all the horrors of Amon and suddenly had some doubts about what to do next. His original plan was to leave the City of Silver and head to the Noise ruins in the north to investigate the exact situation there. He wanted to see if he could obtain the main ingredient needed for the miracle invoker potion, but after connecting the ancient city ruins to Amon, the problem became apparent. Klein could already confirm that high-level beyonder characteristics of neighboring pathways also had the law of convergence. Since Amon had been wandering the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years and had come to the vicinity of the City of Silver, how could he not be attracted to the Noise ruins in the north? For the City of Silver's chief to not dare enter, the power in Noise City has definitely reached the level of an angel. It wouldn't be ignored by Amon. Perhaps he doesn't dare to directly eat such a high-level beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, but this doesn't stop he from setting up a trap. Even if he didn't do so in the past, he is definitely rushing over now. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Amon hasn't discovered it. This is because back when the City of Silver's chief first went there, the Noise ruins wasn't that dangerous. Perhaps the power at the angel level only came to the Noise ruins later. He is constantly migrating to avoid Amon? Amidst his thoughts, Klein didn't dare to head to the ancient city in the northwest. He decided to first see if there were any other ways to obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion before considering if he should head to the periphery of the Noise ruins to observe and gather some information. With this in mind, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and a half-top hat, walked towards the ruins of a tower that he had seen with the help of the lightning. Along the way, in the dangerous darkness outside the dim yellow light, monsters lined up and quietly followed him. They were already Klein's marionette. Compared to them, the saints of the seer pathway were even stranger and more terrifying. As he walked, a monster that looked like a fish with limbs suddenly opened its mouth and chanted in Jotun, "The eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light, you are the embodiment of order." Just as the three-stanza honorific name was recited, the monster convulsed and collapsed to the ground, losing its life. A deity's honorific name often had more than 3 stanzas, but one only needed to choose 3 stanzas when reciting. For example, the Eternal Blazing Sun's full honorific name was Eternal Blazing Sun, Inextinguishable Light, Embodiment of Order, God of Contracts, Guardian of Commerce. And Klein had just used the first 3 stanzas. Using this method, Klein prayed to the Lord of Storms, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Evernight Goddess, hoping to receive a response. However, after a full quarter of an hour, there was no change in his surroundings at all. Praying to a sequence 0 true deity in the forsaken land of the gods is ineffective? Unless the target is the true creator, or an existence that controls Sapphira Castle or Chaos Sea. That's not right. The clergyman from Afternoon Town was concealed when he said the goddess's true name. When he said the 4th king of angels, he was self-immolated because it involved a deity. Perhaps it's because the forsaken land of the gods has remnant divine powers, not only concealed and fallen. And the true names of different deities have special mysticism meanings that can stir the corresponding powers? This can explain why the City of Silver has always been teaching the 2 true names of Badheil and Harabergen, but it hasn't established a connection with the God of Combat and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. prayers in the forsaken land of the gods can't be heard by true deities, or perhaps they can hear it, but they can't respond. This also means that there aren't any remnant powers of the god of combat and the god of knowledge and wisdom in the area around the City of Silver. Otherwise, there would definitely be an anomaly. Yes, it's also possible that there aren't any anomalies, but that they've been eliminated by the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the City of Silver. In that case, if I were to directly say the goddess's true name, would it cause the surrounding darkness and concealed to boil? If I can control this power, I'll have another effective card when being pursued by Amon. The probability isn't high. Directly saying a deity's true name is a form of blasphemy. I'll be attacked by the corresponding powers, just like the clergyman from Afternoon Town. Klein had a theory of the present situation based on the phenomena and logic. He was eager to read out the true names of the deities. He knew one by one to see what effects it would have. Finally, he restrained himself and didn't blindly make the attempt. I should first head above the gray fog to do a divination. Otherwise, who knows if there might be an unbearable accident. Yes, divination that involves deities might not give a clear revelation. Klein mumbled inwardly before scoffing at his impulsive action. My previous thoughts are equivalent to, I haven't courted death for 2 days, so I have to be serious today. At that moment, he had already arrived at the collapsed tower and sat beside the wall that only had a small portion left. He reached out to take out a paper crane from the historical void and lit it up. He wanted to try and see if he could contact Snake of Fate Will Ausepton series and ask where else he could obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion. Under the illumination of the lantern that had been summoned for the 3rd time, Klein fell into a deep sleep, but he didn't dream of anything. As expected, it doesn't work. After waking up, Klein shook his head and leaped into a historical void. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, Klein beckoned for a small paper box from the junk pile. Inside was a stack of paper cranes. They were all personally folded by a particular baby. At the same time, the world's German sparrow was conjured. He prayed to Mr. Fool amidst the grayness, asking him to pass his request to Miss Justice, saying that it could be used to exchange for the manipulator potion formula. Of course, Klein had already revealed that the potion needed to be consumed in a great emotional resonance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey returned to her bedroom once again and set up a bestowment ritual. She received a paper crane. She then picked up a finely sharpened pencil and wrote on the surface of the paper crane, "Don Dantes requests you to meet me." After completing the preparations, Audrey followed Mr. World's instructions and placed the paper crane under her pillow before falling asleep. Soon, she saw a pitch-black and desolate plain. As a dreamwalker who had hypnotized herself ahead of time, she maintained her lucidity and walked towards the black steeple in the middle of the plain with a strong sense of curiosity. Just as she arrived at her destination, Audrey's spiritual perception was triggered. She looked up at the top of the steeple. At some point in time, there was a gigantic silver snake coiled around it. The gigantic snake didn't have scales, and its body was covered in symbols and patterns. They formed wheels that were connected to each other and had different markings. At this moment, the gigantic snake was staring at Audrey with its bright red and cold eyes. It said in a deep voice, "What's the matter with Don Dantes? This is the angel of the fate pathway who gave Ma M. Hermit a drop of blood?" Audrey controlled her thoughts and calmly looked at the gigantic snake. After a few seconds, she said, "He wants me to ask you where I can obtain the main ingredient of the Miracle Invoker potion?" The giant silver-white snake suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds it said, "The number of sequence 2s in different pathways is different. With the attendant of mysteries quota full, there can only be 6 Miracle Invokers. Miracle Invoker is the name of the sequence 2 potion. Mr. World is about to become an angel? Or was he preparing for his companions? No, if it's a companion, he can ask himself. Audrey was first alarmed before she looked forward to the mysterious snake's answer. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1208. The silver snake looked down at Audrey and opened its blood-red mouth. The sequence 1 potion that the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, consumed came from an attendant of mysteries. In other words, he had an additional miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. Similarly, it was the same for the ancestor of the Antigonus family. Of course, if they have a target they fancy and are willing to nurture, as an angel of sufficiently high level, they can split an additional miracle invoker beyonder characteristic for the other party. The third miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic combined with the characteristic of a mysterious origin, becoming sealed artifact 0-05. This is also known as the magic wishing lamp. A true deity once attempted to destroy this item to separate the characteristics and reunite them, but to no avail. The fourth and fifth miracle invoker beyonder characteristic exist in the form of a grade 0 sealed artifact in the churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms respectively. One of them is codenamed 0-13, originating from the creator of the third epoch. It's called the Last Banquet. The other is codenamed 0-32, a product of the War of the Four Emperors. It's called the Curtainless Theater. The sixth miracle invoker beyonder characteristic might be in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. In the third epoch, there was a remnant dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared. After the cataclysm, there were no traces of it. Audrey listened attentively and thought carefully for a moment. You're saying that with a full attendant of mysteries, there can only be 6 miracle invokers. And now, you've only mentioned the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, and the ancestor of the Antigonus family. It doesn't seem to be a full sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. Under such circumstances, there might be an additional miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. This wasn't something that the world's German sparrow had warned her in advance. Instead, it was a question that Audrey had come up with based on the details of the other party's answer and combined with her knowledge of mysticism. The giant silver snake's bright red eyes moved slightly. Indeed, there should be a full 3 attendant of mysteries. But in the second epoch, when the ancient god, Phlegria, was still alive, the third attendant of mysteries beyonder characteristic seemed to have disappeared. No existence knew of its whereabout. It was the same for the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. Perhaps it had already fused with it, or perhaps it had found a sufficiently concealed method to hide itself. Audrey nodded lightly. I understand. I will inform Mr. Don Dantes about this. He also asked me to ask you if there's anything you need his help with? The silvery white giant snake swam upstream, and a third of its body stood up. Nope. Just a small matter. Yes, I have a blessed who is an outstanding gourmet. He has a wish to taste the ice creams of various noble families and judge the most delicious one. This request, Mr. Snake, maybe it's Ma Snake, is really nice to his blessed. His tone makes it sound like he can't wait for it either. This is too simple. I can help Mr. World agree to it and complete it myself. I'll just treat it as accumulating the merit needed for the potion formula. Audrey said thoughtfully, no problem. But how do I give the ice cream to him? The silvery white snake slowly coiled and said, sacrifice it to him. He's already a sequence 3 saint, so he can accept sacrifices in the same city. His honorific name is Embodiment of Luck, Monster that foresees the future, Calamity that spreads calamity, Witness of all fate in Bakeland, Guardian of chaos and madness. This honorific name is somewhat different from a normal sequence 3 honorific name. There's actually no name at the end. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly, but she didn't say anything else as she nodded in agreement. Guardian of chaos and madness. Will's honorific name at the end is a little interesting. This shouldn't be the honorific name of the Snake of Fate, but one that he used when he was at sequence 3. It was later modified. The monster pathway's guardian of chaos and madness? Or could it be said that in this world, even at the bottom of fate, there's chaos and madness? Monsters are working hard to resist all of this, making everything appear normal? As Klein listened to Miss Justice's report, he wasn't surprised by Will Ossepton's request for ice cream. Instead, he was more interested in the honorific name of the Life School of Thought's chairman. Having a blessed is equivalent to having a friend. Did Will learn this from me? No, I have a true blessed, Don is. I have to get this fellow to sacrifice some food to me later. I can't really eat those mutated monsters or summon projections from the historical void, right? Yes, if there's a chance, I'll have to invite little son to taste it together. I can't let him be addicted to Frank's mushrooms. Will's blessed won't be fewer than mine, or even more. He has a huge organization like the Life School of Thought. Klein conjured the World German Sparrow and got him to respond to Miss Justice, indicating that the ice cream was worth a lot of contributions. After doing all of this, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table and seriously considered the problem of the Miracle Invoker Potion's main ingredient. There's no need to think about Zeratl's Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. It's impossible for he to split it from me. He only wants to turn me into his marionette. It's not that there's no hope for Antigonus's 2 portions, but if that's the case, I'll have to beg the goddess again. I can't produce something of equivalent value, I'm afraid. Besides, the goddess might not be able to produce it. The reason why he sealed the half-fool who had lost control might be because he can't kill him. Once he is killed, he will be able to escape his current predicament and revive somewhere, just like how I escaped Amon's control. Under such circumstances, the goddess has no way of directly separating the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic from Antigonus. There's no need to think about 0-05 that even a true deity can't crush. Even if I obtain it, I won't be able to use it. The origins of this sealed artifact are really mysterious. It's very problematic. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Suns 0-13 is called the Last Banquet. It comes from the City of Silver's creator. Why does this person always like to give names that have a dangerous meaning? The Church of the Storms 0-32 is Curtain's Unending Theater. It sounds like I can imagine what it's like. The chances of obtaining these 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts are very low, but it's not impossible. It all depends on whether the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Lord of Storms are willing to support my growth to restrain Amon. Yes, up to now, they haven't shown any goodwill. I can't find a suitable way to make contact with the right person either. I can't possibly use divination to spy on the Eternal Blazing Sun and communicate with him, right? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for he to directly invade Sapphira Castle and take control of this place? If I nurture Mr. the Hanging Man, when he has the qualifications to come into contact with grade 0 sealed artifacts, I'll most likely become Amon. The true creator knows clues to the 3rd attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic. His divine kingdom or holy residence is in the forsaken land of the gods. There might be a certain connection between the two miracle invoker characteristics and 1 attendant of mysteries characteristic are most likely in the forsaken land of the gods. I wonder which one is in the noise ruins? Yes, the true creator should only know clues and isn't sure of the exact location. Otherwise, he would have obtained the attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic before the War of the 4 Emperors to effectively raise the strength of his subordinates. In other words, that attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic is something that even a true god can't quickly obtain. I have to search for it, and it might not be so easy for Amon to encounter it and use it to set up a trap. If the danger in the noise ruins is recent and has just migrated, it matches this characteristic. From the looks of it, I still have to make a trip, but I have to be careful. The danger comes from Amon, as well as the things inside the ruins. Yes, I'll do a divination first before doing peripheral observation and intelligence gathering. I won't enter blindly. I have to be sufficiently patient. Klein conjured a pen and paper, and just as he was about to write the corresponding divination statement, he suddenly recalled something and decided to make another confirmation. He drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying and threw it into the crimson star that represented magicians. Using the image and tone of a German sparrow, he instructed Klein to ask Rhodes questions. Bakeland, East Borough. Furs, who was about to move, drew the curtains, lit the candles, and set up a mirror. She got Zio to be a spectator. She then drew the symbol that Mr. World had given her on a piece of paper. Inside the room, the environment gradually became gloomy, and gusts of cold wind that made people shiver started to blow. The surface of the mirror suddenly rippled as dark red ancient Faceac text condensed. You have summoned the great Rhodes. You have to abide by the corresponding rules. To ask a question, you have to answer a question. If you lie or refuse to answer, you will be punished. All right, Furs, who had been warned, calmly replied. Following that, she raised a question out of curiosity. Where can I obtain the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion? On the surface of the mirror, dark red words appeared and disappeared, answering the question in detail. It's basically the same answer as will. Above the gray fog, Klein saw the exact process through the crimson star that represented Miss Magicians. He nodded in disappointment. It's your turn to ask a question, Furs said nervously after memorizing the answer. The dark red words squirmed and changed, forming a new sentence. Have you had any erotic dreams in the past year? Few. Thankfully. Furs heaved a sigh of relief. Yes. This was human nature. She didn't think that there was anything to be ashamed of. Following that, she raised her second question. Do you have any suggestions regarding the main ingredient of the miracle invoker potion? Rhodes dispelled the dark red text and used silver to outline new words. The House of Abraham still has the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 2 Planeswalker Potion formula, as well as the corresponding 2 powerful sealed artifacts. The Aurora Order also has one. Klein's eyes lit up as he thought of a new possibility. Is that so? Furs frowned slightly and said, It's your turn to ask a question. On the surface of the mirror, the silver color vanished as dark red reappeared, forming a sentence. Who else were the main characters of your erotic dreams other than you? Furs gaped as her face flushed red. Chapter 1209. At this moment, Furs could only feel her cheeks heating up. Her whole body stiffened, and she didn't even dare to turn her head to look at her friend. She realized that she had underestimated the bottom line of the magic mirror. After her lips quivered for a moment, Furs recalled Mr. World's warning. I choose to accept the punishment. With a crackling sound, a silver bolt of lightning fell from the air above the room. However, as soon as the lightning appeared, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was an illusion. On the surface of the mirror, the dark red words were suddenly dyed silver, and new content was quickly replaced. Today's quiz game ends here. Goodbye. Without waiting for Furs to open her eyes or for Zio to react, the rippling light in the mirror instantly calmed down. The gloominess and darkness in the room shattered and was devoured by the candlelight. Isn't there a punishment? Furs waited for a few seconds before opening her eyes slightly. She looked at the mirror that had returned to normal before looking at Zio. Zio pointed at the top of her head. Lightning struck down, but it disappeared halfway. Also, the magic mirror has already left. The magic mirror was only joking? That's not right. The reminder I received was that the question would be rather embarrassing, and the punishment would be rather severe. Could it be that Mr. Fool has blessed me? Furs rubbed her right cheek and said with a guess. Maybe. Zio nodded in agreement with her friend's opinion. Just as Furs heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly rejoicing, she suddenly realized that Zio was looking at her seriously. What's the matter? Furs's heart skipped a beat. Zio asked thoughtfully. Who were the main characters in your erotic dreams? Haha, who would remember such a long dream? Besides, aren't dreams always blurry and unclear? Furs squeezed out a smile. Zio tersely acknowledged. If that's the case, then why didn't you answer just now? Nervous, I'm too nervous. Furs glanced at the unpacked luggage in the room and said, We should move. I miss the fireplace, she said as she walked towards the luggage. Only then did she realize that sometimes, whether she answered the magic mirror's question or not, the outcome would not be much different. Is this the social death that German Sparrow mentioned? I really want to bury myself right now. Furs took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the heat on her cheeks and the shame in her heart. Above the fog, in the ancient palace, Klein threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile and scoffed at Rhodes's performance. Despite knowing that I'm the one who sent someone to summon it, he still dared to ask such a question. It was only after I stopped the lightning tribulation that he hurriedly changed his attitude and left in a panic. He must have had a lot of fun, however. Its answer has given me a new train of thought. There's really no need for me to limit myself to becoming a miracle invoker. The second blasphemy slate is most likely from the City of Silver's creator. Now it's in Adam's hands. Although Amon and his brother are in charge of their own matters and don't have a good relationship, they had once worked together. I don't believe that he hasn't seen the blasphemy slate. If that's the case, he must have already grasped the miracle invoker ritual and guessed that I'm planning to bring the City of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods. When the time comes, he doesn't need to work too hard to track me. He just needs to wait in the giant king's court. Yes, I can't go according to the enemy's expectations, especially when it's a god of deceit and god of mischief. Who knows how many accidents will happen? If my participation causes the City of Silver's 1,000-year-old hope to be destroyed, that would completely go against my original intentions. The problem with a planeswalker is that he might hear Mr. Door's ravings. Furthermore, he will suffer more from the gaze and corruption of the cosmos than sequence 2 angels of other pathways. Of course, this isn't completely unacceptable. Also, do I need to repay the 2 resurrection chances that Sapphira Castle gave me? That's fine. My sequence 1 will definitely return to being an attendant of mysteries. This is because Mr. Door has already blocked off the path of advancement of the apprentice pathway. He has at least grasped the uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics, or even 3. It's not necessary for me to become a planeswalker, but I have to make the corresponding preparations. When my choices increase, it will be much more difficult for Amon to stop me. Only by doing so will I be able to become an angel under the powerful pressure of a king of angels. Yes, I won't preset my stance. I'll prepare for Miracle Invoker and Planeswalker. When the time comes, I'll decide which pathway to choose based on the specific situation. With this train of thought in mind, Klein felt refreshed. His mind was abnormally active as he quickly came up with a preliminary plan. For the time being, I'm not in a hurry to ask Miss Magician's teacher about the Planeswalker potion formula and the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact. This will scare the House of Abraham and make them suspect that Miss Magicians worships some evil god and has joined some bad organization. With their current state, there's a high chance that they won't reply. They will change their identities, move residences, and directly cut off contact. Yes, that Saint of Secrets Buddy's head is a very good gift. Regardless of whether the House of Abraham gives me the Worm of Star, this matter has to be on the agenda. I hope that Miss Justice can digest the Dreamwalker potion as soon as possible. I hope that Ma'am Hermit is prepared, and I also hope that Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment can improve before the operation. By the way, according to Miss Magicians, Saint of Secrets Buddy's is a defector from the House of Abraham, and the Aurora Order has a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway. That's interesting. Perhaps I don't need to contact the House of Abraham. I might be able to obtain what I want from Saint of Secrets Bootis. I have to remind Hermit that Bootis might carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact at times. I have to confirm it before the operation. If that Grade 0 sealed artifact isn't in the hands of the Saint of Secrets, I might have to face the Angel of Fate Ouroboros to obtain it. No, a Grade 0 sealed artifact is terrifying to begin with. It's one of the sources of danger. Phew. I'll wait for Miss Magician's teacher to reply. I'll see if the House of Abraham is sensitive to the matter of the Worm of Star. With this in mind, Klein suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. He felt that he and the Aurora Order were destined to be enemies. They would always have all sorts of interactions. At the beginning of this operation, the Aurora Order will definitely be shouting in their hearts, "Why is it you again? Why is it us again?" After exhaling, Klein gathered his thoughts and conjured the world, German Sparrow, and replied to Miss Magicians who had reported the answer. Following that, the fake world prayed again and asked Mr. Fool to pass his request to Donna's. On a particular island in the Fog Sea, Donna's, who was waiting for the Golden Dream to fetch him, turned his head to glance at Anderson and chuckled. "I'm going to summon the German Sparrow's messenger." Anderson raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. "You're qualified to consume the Conspirer potion. You were the one who made it too obvious. Even I could sense that you were afraid of that messenger," Donnas said humbly, feeling increasingly smug. Anderson suddenly burst into laughter. "Why don't you suspect that I'm deliberately showing my fear? It's purely to find a reasonable excuse to avoid hearing things I shouldn't hear." T. Do you think I'll believe a lie you came up with in a hurry? Donnas was nearly convinced. Anderson threw up his hands and walked to the door. "All the ingredients for your Conspirer potion have been gathered. Remember to remind Gehrman not to forget my Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula." Donnas waved his hand impatiently, indicating that he got it. After Anderson walked out of the room and closed the door, Donnas immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Seeing the 8 eyes look over, Donna's puffed-up chest instantly shrank back. He forced a smile and handed over a gold coin. German Sparrow wants me to tell you that he's fine. He's now in the Forsaken Land of the Gods." "Wait, what did I say? The Forsaken Land of the Gods?" As a crewman of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Donna's mysticism knowledge was passable. After a moment of surprise, his pupils clearly dilated. "All right." Rionette Tinker bit the gold coin and replied in one bite. Then, she stepped into the void and vanished from the room. After reporting this matter to German Sparrow, Donnas received the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula and new orders. Prepare local delicacies and sacrifice them to see God Cavituous. "Isn't this mission a little too strange?" Donnas mumbled to himself, but he didn't dare raise any questions. He quickly tidied up the altar, found a piece of goatskin, and wrote down the supplementary ingredients and corresponding ritual for the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula. Right on the heels of that, he opened the door and handed the goatskin to Anderson. Forming a team of at least 30 people. The higher the team's strength and rapport, the better the ritual's effects. Anderson unfurled the goatskin in front of Donnas and read it. As he read, his brows gradually furrowed. "If the rapport of the team is built on wanting to kill me, the captain, then this ritual is rather simple." Without waiting for Donna's mockery, he produced a white flame from his fingertip and burned the goatskin. Anderson then laughed and said, "I have to return to my homeworld to find an opportunity. I have to go back to my hometown to find an opportunity. It's being invaded by Phaenopotter, and war is always the best place to train a team." After a pause, he looked at Donnas and said with a smile, "I've prepared some questions for you. Leave them in my room. When you become a conspirer, you can try to do them and see if your intelligence has been improved in any way." T. Are you trying to trick me into reading all the books in your room? Donnas was nearly touched as he immediately understood what was amiss. No matter how high one's intelligence it was impossible to solve the questions without reading the textbooks. Not bad. This time, you only used 3 seconds to grasp the crux of the matter. If it were in the past, you would have really believed me, Anderson praised as he turned around with a smile and left the inn. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 12:10. In the forsaken land of the gods, it was a night when the frequency of lightning had dropped to a very low level. 2 pieces of white bread sandwiched with a piece of roasted meat doesn't feel bad. The sweet and sour beverage, a specialty of the Fog Sea, is better than I expected. After swallowing the last mouthful of food, Klein praised from the bottom of his heart. He then threw the remaining packaging into the depths of the darkness. After all, there was no concept of environmental protection here, nor were there any trash cans. Of course, he had dealt with these matters in advance. It was just like how he had to disinfect himself in Sapphira Castle every time he gave up a marionette to prevent Amon's avatar from locking onto his whereabouts. Yes, inanimate objects won't be turned into a concealed state by the darkness here. Klein raised the lantern that Donnas had sacrificed and shone it at the items he had just discarded. After resolving the problem of food and clothing, he had the mood to attempt certain matters that he had previously divined to be dangerous. As the dim yellow light wavered, Klein grabbed forward with his right hand and dragged another version of himself out of thin air. It was the him in the historical void, also holding a lantern. In the next second, Klein entered the grayish-white fog and awakened, his consciousness in the projection that he had summoned. The projection was surrounded by teams of monsters. In the endless darkness, it opened its mouth and planned on chanting the name Ammonizes. He didn't make a sound. It was as though the content he wanted to say had been concealed. Indeed, it's as I guessed. Wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat, Klein slowly exhaled. Looking at the lantern that emitted a dim yellow light, he suddenly chanted in Jotun, Liatero! Before he could finish his sentence, more than 100 bolts of lightning twisted and intertwined as though they were responding to a summons, instantly covering the area. Klein had no time to dodge. Even after switching places with his marionette, he was still within the range of the attack. Amidst the silver light, he fell to the ground. His body was charred black as he convulsed violently, as though he had turned into a gigantic piece of coal. Then, his figure quickly dissipated, vanishing like an illusion. Wearing a real top hat, an Intis trench coat, and a simple lantern, Klein returned to reality and continued walking as if nothing had happened. After walking for a while, his figure suddenly blurred and became clear again. Then, Klein opened his mouth again and recited a name in Jotun. Oh, just as he said the first syllable, a transparent flame shot out from his body, instantly burning him to ashes. He didn't even have the chance to switch places with his marionette. Klein's figure appeared once again. He pressed down on his top hat and calmly walked forward on the hill that was covered in strange plants. Hera Burgen. Badheil. Oma Bella. There's nothing abnormal. There's no corresponding divine power remnant around the city of Silver Medici, Ouroboros, Sasra. This is even more useless. They aren't deities. I thought that Afternoon Town and the Giant King's Court were special cases. Using the true name of Sasra outside can activate the power of degeneration in the forsaken land of the gods. As a king of angels with the uniqueness, Red Angel can be considered half a true god. To think that he didn't leave behind any traces at all. It's embarrassing. No, it's embarrassing for a king of angels. As his black trench coat fluttered behind him, Klein walked down the hill and followed his spiritual intuition to head northwest to the city ruins, Noise. He would sometimes take a detour or use flaming jump. He didn't completely follow the route that the City of Silver had explored to his destination. Bakeland late at night. Feeling that she had digested a little more of her potion, Audrey very enthusiastically used dream traversal to leave her mansion and enter the various dreams in the surrounding area. Knowing what the current situation was like, she had a strong desire to become a demigod. As she traversed in this manner, she suddenly saw a familiar person. This was a noble lady who had a good relationship with her. She was 29 years old, and had married a viscount the year before. At this moment, rose petals were constantly falling in the lady's room. The bed was pure white, and there was a pair of heart-shaped rings on it. There was a knocking sound coming from the window. The lady's cheeks were flushed as she quickly walked over and opened the window. A man wearing a black iron mask and a dark cloak leaped in, hugged the lady, and whispered, "Don't worry," he whispered, "I'll take you away from pain." Then, the two of them began to engage in all sorts of entanglement as they rolled onto the bed. As a dreamwalker who was working hard to digest the potion, Audrey had long seen such scenes. She had passed the stage of being shy and had sighed at how colorful everyone's dreams were and how imaginative they were. At this moment, she didn't lose her composure at all. She maintained the etiquette of a spectator, as though she was witnessing an extreme play. After some observation, she discovered a problem. The man in the black iron mask wasn't the lady's spouse. He was more like a playboy in the noble circles. Is this a reflection of the hidden thoughts in one's heart? Audrey muttered to herself with the academic attitude of a dream analysis. Following that, she traversed into the dream beside her out of curiosity. This corresponded to the noble lady's husband, a viscount. In the dream, the viscount was busy participating in the discussion of the House of Lords. Then, he was chased by an earl with a revolver. The reason was that he had abducted the earl's daughter. After escaping to a safe zone, the viscount found his female secretary and vented his fear. Audrey couldn't help but exit the dream, wanting to see the viscount and his wife's state in reality. In the bedroom illuminated by the crimson moonlight, on the large white bed, the viscount was hugging his wife, and his wife was hugging him as they slept intimately. Well, I have to realize that everyone has a dark side. If I convict anyone based on a dream or a momentary thought, anyone will fall into hell. No one will be spared, including myself. To be able to control my dark side and prevent it from ever entering reality is already considered very good for most people. Audrey increasingly felt that acting as a dreamwalker was a form of torture and tempering of her mind. She entered the dream again and traversed to another area. Before long, she came to a warm room. There was a thick carpet and a dining table. At the head of the table was a gray-haired old lady. On both sides of her were a middle-aged man and woman, as well as 3 underage children. Everyone was enjoying the delicacies by the candlelight, chatting and laughing happily. Outside the room, it was dark and deep. The strong wind rattled the glass, brewing the terrifying feeling of a disaster. What is the owner of this dream worried and afraid of? Audrey left the dream and tried to find answers in reality to verify her speculations. Then she saw a small bed and the gray-haired old lady. On the old lady's bedside table were photo frames. They were either wrapped in black cloth or tied with white flowers. They were of a middle-aged couple and 3 underage children. Audrey silently turned her head to look out the window and saw that there were ruins left behind from the bombing near the house. The noble lady pursed her lips and suddenly returned to the old lady's dream. She didn't stop the possible disaster. All she did was conjure a chair and sit by the side. She seriously and attentively watched the happy and warm family. Amidst the howling wind and the shaking of the glass, the room was brightly lit. The fragrance of food wafted in the air, and there was endless laughter. Audrey concluded that there was a dreamwalker's acting code. A traveler in a dream has come, seen, and recorded without interfering. He is only a spectator. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard was summoned by Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. He walked along the spiraling staircase and walked up step by step under the sunlight that shone through the stained glass. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and said, "Old man, that secret gathering is about to begin again. Do you really plan on attempting to enter the treasure trove left behind by the Jacob family at the end of the month?" I'm not sure, but this is an opportunity. At the very least, Amon's main body is being held back by Sapphira Castle. He won't suddenly appear. In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zoroast replied with a slightly hoarse voice, however, I'm more inclined to divulge the news of the treasure trove. I'll let the people at the gathering take the risk and explore on their own. As for us, we'll guard the vicinity and observe the situation. We'll extract what we need from them. Leonard was taken aback as he whispered, Old man, isn't this too sinister? Old man, isn't this too sinister? This was using the members of the Hermits of Fate as props to step into a trap. Naive, childish. You can tell them the details and let them decide whether they want to go or not. Pallas Zoroast sneered. Leonard didn't bring up the matter again and instead asked, Old man, when can I become a demigod? Pallas chuckled. If you can obtain a spirit at the level of your former colleague's messenger, you'll be able to finish digesting the potion at the beginning of next year. But, it's better to follow the main points of my suggestion and focus on acting. In the second half of next year, you should have the qualifications to strive for sequence 4. Of course, I'm not sure if the Church of Evernight will give you the potion and help you hold the ritual. Didn't that high-ranking deacon named Casimir Crestet wait many years until the war broke out before he truly became a demigod? Leonard nodded and asked thoughtfully, What's going on? Old man, can you act as a spirit and help me digest it? Your level should be higher than Klein's messenger. Pallas Zoroast was silent for a few seconds before chuckling. That's a good idea. Why don't I help you digest the potion? How about that? How? Leonard knew that old man was mocking him, but he couldn't help but ask. By deeply parasitizing you and completely controlling your body, Pallas replied snappily. As he spoke, Leonard arrived at the door of the Bakeland Diocese's archbishop. He immediately shut his mouth, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door. Come in. Anthony Stevenson glanced at Leonard, who had opened the door, and said, You can release the vampire behind Cheney's gate. Chapter 12:11. Upon hearing the archbishop's instructions, Leonard was first taken aback before he sighed inwardly. Mr. Fool's prophecy sure is accurate. No, it's not a prophecy. He has already seen through everything. Leonard quickly reined in his thoughts and followed procedure to get St. Anthony's archbishop to give him an official document. Then, he returned underground and entered Cheney's gate with 2 team members. After the keepers checked the documents, he came to the room where Emlyn White was imprisoned under the illumination of silver candles with engraved patterns. He used a brass key to open the heavy stone door. A ghostly blue light invaded the cell, causing Emlyn White to instinctively close his eyes. His face was a lot paler than before, and his body was a lot thinner. He gave off the feeling that he would be blown away by the wind. Upon recalling Mr. Fool's answer, Emlyn suddenly felt confident about the present situation. Without opening his eyes, he slowly stood up and chuckled. I knew you would take the initiative to send me out. Would you be disappointed if I said that it's just a routine check? Leonard lampooned and replied without any expression, I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't walk out of Cheney's gate after this time, I'll treat it as you volunteered to stay behind. As a rather senior Nighthawk, having been the captain of a Red Gloves team for several months, Leonard had rich experience dealing with prisoners. Emlyn's expression froze as he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately maintained his silence. He walked past Leonard and his 2 team members and walked out of Cheney's gate. When he was outside, he suddenly shivered a few times, as though he was trying to expel the chill from his body. When you return, just bask in the sun for a few more days. Oh, the sun isn't that common in Backland during winter, and you vampires don't like to bask in the sun either. Aren't you an apothecary? You can make your own potions from the sun domain. Leonard casually reminded him when he saw this. Emlyn's condition wasn't right. On the one hand, he hadn't drunk human blood that was rich in spirituality for days, so he could only rely on animal blood as a substitute. On the other hand, he had spent too much time behind Cheney's gate. He had been corroded by the power of Evernight that supported the seal, and he needed medicine from the Sun domain to remove the remnant effects. As a potions professor, Emlyn knew his body and mind well. He didn't retort, nor did he nod. All he did was emphasize the word, sanguine. Then, he asked, "What's the matter? Where's Father Yutravsky? He still has to stay for a while. Let's hope this damned war ends soon. Don't worry, we'll let him go out twice a week. As for when he'll do that, it'll depend on the weather in Bakeland." Leonard gave a simple response before sending Emlyn White all the way to the ground and onto the street. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Where's the nearest hospital?" "What do you want to do?" Leonard asked in a professional manner. "Blood transfusion." Emlyn raised his chin slightly, trying his best not to show any changes in his expression. "Blood transfusion. It's drinking blood, right?" Leonard didn't expose him. He pointed in a direction and gave the address. After watching the sanguine Viscount leave, he returned underground and began to discuss the recent cases with his team members. After several days of trekking, Klein finally arrived near the northern ruins, Noise City. This place was also a barren and deathly silent plain, and the dried-up riverbed left its mark on the ground. Looking at the dark, shadowy, and silent city that was filled with a thin fog, Klein wasn't in a hurry to approach. Instead, he found a hidden spot and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and entered above the gray fog. To return to Sapphira Castle with just a thought, he had to stack the prayers of all the members of the tarot together, forming a strong and sturdy anchor that could summon the Fool. With the help of the prayer light, Klein used his true vision to check the situation in the Noise ruins from afar. He discovered that the thin fog was slowly but uncontrollably dissipating, and on the surface of the city there wasn't a single spirit body thread at a glance. People in linen robes or animal hides were lying on the streets in different spots. They weren't as lively and busy as the City of Silver's expedition team had seen when they arrived. The angel or sealed artifact that previously occupied this city chose to migrate after realizing that its whereabouts had been exposed. As Klein speculated based on the situation in front of him, he retracted his gaze and looked at the grayish-white fog that held up Sapphira Castle. He was preventing the miracle invoker, attendant of mysteries, or the corresponding sealed artifact from hiding in the historical void to ambush the Beyonders exploring Noise City. He didn't want to directly encounter a huge vortex formed by a bunch of transparent maggots when he leaped into the fog of history. He didn't want to be chased by the slippery and terrifying tentacles. Zeratl's ambush still left Klein feeling a lingering fear. From time to time, he would have nightmares and wanted to seek out Miss Justice for treatment of his psychological trauma. This was even more agitating to him than seeing his marionette, Enuni, wear a monocle in front of him while being completely immobile. This was because he had implicated the hounds of Fulgrim. After confirming that the historical void was safe, Klein returned to the real world. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, dragging out his previous self. He was also wearing a half-top hat, a black trench coat, and holding a simple glass lantern. In the next second, he leaped into the grayish-white fog and followed the lit historical void. He ran all the way to the place before the first epoch where the corpses of the civilized city were piled up. To him, this was a very ingenious, safe house. This was because, other than him, no scholar of yore could trace back to this prehistoric fragment that had been completely severed and lost. Of course, to Klein, coming all the way here had expended a lot of his spirituality. He could stay for at most 15 minutes, and that was on the premise that his historical void projection didn't make any strenuous attempts. After his main body hid, the projection of Klein in the real world advanced and quickly arrived outside the Noise ruins. He didn't blindly approach or enter. He circled to a small hill opposite the dried-up riverbed, raised his right hand, and summoned his original marionette, Earl of the Fallen Conas Kilgore, who had a cold and stiff appearance and dark blue eyes. Conas's body squirmed and instantly transformed into German Sparrow. Then, he reached out his hand and took out a lantern from the historical void. This was the historical void projection summoned by the historical void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, he blurred the distance and arrived outside Noise City in a few steps. He was alone. Following that, he held the lantern and walked through the rotting and collapsed buildings, passing through the thin fog and entering the ruins. Compared to using his true vision above the gray fog, the contact with reality allowed Klein to discover more details. The humans and monsters that had collapsed in different spots were mostly showing signs of decay, as though they had been abandoned for a long time. Some of them were sitting on chairs under the eaves, some were slumped by the stove, some were holding moldy bread, some were holding hands, and some were leaning against the wall, sitting on the ground with their lips pressed to a bone flute. This allowed Klein to imagine what the situation in the city was like when they were still alive. Some people were slacking off and resting, some were baking food, some were shopping along the streets, some were focused on music, some were coming and going with laughter, and some were fighting monsters in the arena. This was such a lively scene, but in fact everyone was long dead. They no longer had their own souls, and they were only repeating the same actions in a predetermined manner. And on a certain day, at a certain moment, this strange scene also froze and ended in an instant. Everyone collapsed without any warning. A city formed by marionettes, the most realistic theater. Back in the foggy town, there was a similar situation. Although I'm also a seer, I still have to say that in terms of horror, and strangeness, our pathway is definitely ranked in the top 3. Could it be that I have to do the same in the future? The attendant of mysteries? With a lantern in hand, Klein walked through the streets that were littered with corpses. Following his spiritual intuition, he walked towards the center of Noise City. The situation here made him believe that the person who had once ruled the Noise ruins definitely had sufficient intelligence. After the City of Silver's expedition team broke the peace here, he didn't choose to kill or destroy the clues. Instead, he didn't hesitate to abandon everything and migrate elsewhere. The reason why he didn't silence, he might have been following the City of Silver's team back then. Yes, it might also be because of the true creator. Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he quickly arrived at a relatively intact cathedral. Inside the church stood a statue of a demonic wolf with 8 legs covered in dark short fur. There was grayish-white fur on the statue's head, and its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. It's not Phlegria, the dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared in the 3rd epoch, the god of wishes? He has been in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years before he finally found that sequence 1 beyonder characteristic? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Tap, tap. He, who was already standing sideways, immediately cast his gaze outside the cathedral. In the thin fog, a figure slowly walked over, quickly outlining a clear silhouette. He was nearly 2-3 meters tall, and his back was slightly hunched. His hair was completely white, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and scars by the corners of his mouth. He wore a black clergyman's robe, and he was a rather old priest or bishop. His dark brown eyes were deep and calm, unlike the monsters in the depths of the darkness that were crazy and bloodthirsty, lacking any spirituality. However, in the long night with very low frequency of lightning, this clergyman didn't carry an animal hide lantern, nor did he light a fire. All he did was quietly walk through the thin fog.